Mic check, 1, 2, mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2025 North American International Livestock Exposition right here in Louisville, Kentucky. We hope you guys had a eventful Saturday yesterday with the junior show being here in Broadbent Arena. We will continue that here today, and looking forward for everybody coming in and enjoying themselves here at the North American. Before we get started, if you could please rise and remove cover and join me in the singing of the national anthem. Thank you all. And again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here in Broadbent Arena. Again, it is right at 8 o'clock, so we are ready for those first classes to be making their way into the ring. Again, we're ready for those first couple classes to be making their way into the ring. And here in Broadbent Arena, we do have a eventful Sunday today. Again, in Ring A, we will have the Maine-Anjou show, followed by the Maine-Angus, then MaineTainer, then followed by the Red Angus and Gelby Balancers. Again, in Ring A, we will have those exhibitors in Ring A, and in Ring B, we will have the Key Angus, Key Composite, then followed by Limousine, Lim Flex, and then Junior Full-Blood Simmentals over in Ring B. And, of course, the Supreme Drive is in Freedom Hall this evening at approximately 5:30 p.m. And again, over in your Kenia female show, entering the class now is Class 1, Kenia females. These heifers' date of birth range from May 31st through May 10th of 2025. Again, now in the ring is Class 1 Kenia females. And over in your Maine-Anjou heifer show, your class now in the ring is Class 1. Again, in the ring now is Class 1 with your May heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from May 14th through May 3rd of 2025. I would like to take this time to introduce your Kenia female judge for today, Mr. Brent Murphy. Brent resides in Houstoniana, Missouri, where he owns and manages a Murphy Cattle Company alongside his wife, Dieta, and two sons, Cole and Ty. Their operation has always consisted of registered Angus and Sim-Angus cows with C-stock focus, but recently they have been committed to growing their cub-calf program. Although Brent was not raised in agriculture industry, he joined 4-H and grew a love for beef cattle. He has now had the privilege to judge cattle shows across the nation, including the inaugural show Steer Junior National, National Western Stock Show, Arizona National, Keystone International, American Royal, and several national junior breed shows. He strives to make it a positive experience for every single exhibitor. Brent enjoys attending cattle, goat, and swine shows across the Midwest throughout this year with his family. If you could join me in giving Mr. Brent Murphy a round of applause.
Well, good morning. Honor and a privilege to be here with you. Very, very good class as we start off. I like them the way they come to us. This top pair is very good, and if we could blend them together, I think we'd be in a really good spot. But once you get after young man's heifer up front, she needs to be busted apart in the base of her chest and have a shot more underpinning. After that, that's the one with the furthest reaching pieces in terms of a good look, awesome body shape. She's more appropriate in terms of her foot and her ankle and her bone work and just how she proportions. I think the big advantage is, even though it's not actually ideal for me, maybe we could shorten her up in her nose and change the shape of her head. I prefer that better than the one right behind her. I think as we watch the cattle go, the build of her rear hock and the way she utilizes it is where she goes ahead and wins this class. She needs to be elevated at the point of her shoulder, busted apart just a shot in the base of her chest, but a good heifer there. Very good heifer here in second. Awesome right in the center of her body, and her body shape is good. High tying, high necked. Awesome from her ear back. from the back of her ear back. She gets a little plainer in the shape to her head, a little dished out right between her eyes. We watch the cattle go. She's not as coordinated off her rear leg and in her spine there. Young Cowboy's got one here that's really good looking, long-bodied. You've done an awesome job with her, young man. Need to rock her back in her knee, give her a shot more bone, but you've presented a high-quality one today. Congratulations to all of you.
And placings in class number 1 over in your Maine-Anjou Heifer show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 3, weighing 623 pounds, KFE Miss Gigi 5N, exhibited by Kason Granado of Lynchburg, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 1, weighing in at 622 pounds, KC Annie, exhibited by Kylie Klein of Ripley, Ohio. And third place in that class, weighing 789 pounds, goes to LJM Who's Vogue, exhibited by Leslie Mesh of Collins, New York. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And placings in Class 1 over in your Kenya Female Show and Automatic Champion Summer Heifer Calf Champion goes to entry number 1, weighing in at 540 pounds, WRA 48 Ace 531N, exhibited by Luke Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. And second place in Class 2, an Automatic Reserve Division Champion, goes to entry at number 2, weighing in at 649 pounds, LV Gijo Total Girl, exhibited by Gavin Renato of Ada, Ohio. And third place in Class 1 goes to entry at number 4, weighing in at 667 pounds, RHCC Sweet Pea, exhibited by Carson Butcher of Mount Vernon, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring over in your Kenya Female Show is Class 2. These heifer calves' date of birth range from April 23rd through April 1st of 2025. Again, now in the ring is Class 2 Kenya females. And over in Class 2 in your Maine-Anjou heifer show is Class 2. Again, these heifer calves' date of birth range from April 17th through April 2nd of 2025.
Excellent class here. Great set of young people. Our class winner, once you get past the point, that one needs more width right in the base of her chest and needs to be wider and cracked apart and squared up from the point of her shoulder down. That's the highest quality one. High-necked, good-looking, still balance is good. Comes to a skinny. The one in second is more my speed. I just today, the way this one carries her posture down her top line, her hip, and her tail head, she's got to be our class winner. Even though she's too narrow coming, she's too narrow going. Very, very good one there. If this one could just relax her spine and pull it up in her just a nickel right up over her withers and set her tail head down in her, this one's more my speed. Stouter in the shape to her head. Awesome right in the center of her body. Beautifully presented. Right there, she can win the class. We ask them to go. Her tail head comes up. She's not quite as attractive aesthetically in terms of her hock and her rear leg. Right there, she can be our class winner. From here to the gate, she needs to be second for me. Two really good ones. Lots of differences in them. You like them how you like them. Good heifer on the stand here in third. Skinny necked up high, awesome bodied. Doesn't get as coordinated down her top line and her hip. Need to change her rear leg in terms of how she goes. She's extremely square in her hock. Just needs to flex it and go more. This heifer's really good in terms of width and bone. Need to set her tail head down and make her feet and her ankles match that horsepower she has up high. She does that. That one rides up because she's got a big broad back. She's still got some body shape, still attractive. Really good looking one, a little longer bodied, a little bigger in terms of her kind. That one's very, very good in terms of her genuine build, young lady. She just needs to soften. She needs to soften in terms of her body, needs to be a shot better right in her forerib. For one that's that elevated, wants to run downhill just a shot more than I guess I can deem ideal with the way she's built right at the point of her shoulder, but a good heifer there. Good heifer right here, young lady's done a good job with. Big-bodied, one that gets out and is functional in terms of her structure. She doesn't have the balance and the look, not quite as attractive in terms of her rear leg, but good class right there. Great set of young people. Congratulations to all of you.
And placings in Class 2 over in your Kenia female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 13, weighing in at 795 pounds, PCC DKBF Who's Looking, exhibited by Pate Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. And second place in that class goes to entry number 8, weighing in at 734 pounds, Pit Press Who That Jalen, exhibited by Katie Feinberg of Lucille, Mississippi. Third place in that class goes to entry number 9, BCU Lucky Lucy 523N, exhibited by Braden Cummins of Hillsboro, Ohio. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 11, exhibited by Cameron Harden of Mount Orb, Ohio. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 14, exhibited by Brayley Henderson of West Branch, Michigan. Sixth place goes to entry number 5, exhibited by Cecil Ramson of Boswell, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 3 Kenia females. These heifers' date of birth range from March 27th through March 16th.
Well, another really high-quality class over here on the main side, and certainly a really nice individual to start off our class. I think as we study her in terms of her head shape and the way she lays down into the center portion of her shoulder, I think she just gives a little more maternal look up through her front skeleton. She's a heifer that really is progressive in terms of her body and her shape. when you get off her from the side, and I think she just gives you a really good look as we get into her from the side view. Still opened up enough, still a heifer that's got enough dimension for a really elegant look to her. Certainly I'd like to intensify her in terms of her foot size and bone work, and that's where the heifer in second probably has the advantage in terms of her feature at the ground. She's a heifer that's really powerful in her dimension and the way that she lays that power onto her skeleton. As we get her out here, I'd like to maybe change her just a little bit in terms of her head shape, maybe change the way that she comes into the center port of her shoulder. Just gives us a little bit more of a terminal look in terms of her muscle pattern in relation to our class winner. But on her own, she's a very high quality female that brings a lot of good to the table. Like I said, I love her foot size and the way that she comes to us at the ground in terms of her structure. Just a really nice heifer there in second. And third, a heifer that really hit me for being one that looked really maternal in her look as she came to the ring. And the more that you study her, you like a lot of things about her. Incredible in terms of her feet and legs and the way she gets out and reaches off both ends of her skeleton. I think for me, as we study her in terms of her balance and the way she puts everything together, a heifer that's a little deeper in terms of her chest in relation to her flank. And when we get her out on the move, she wants to roll up in her loin just a little bit and drop down in her pins, but a really nice female that looks like she can go on and make a great cow prospect as well. Young man's heifer that comes in third or in fourth is probably just a little more elite in her look up through her front end as you study her through her skull and down into her neck, the way she ties in up front. One that still opens up in terms of a big, bold rib cage. As we get her on the move, I don't know if she handles her hind leg as coordinated as the heifer directly in front of her, maybe gives up just a little bit in terms of her performance. The heifer that comes next is a really nicely presented heifer. The young lady's doing an excellent job in terms of showing. I love her elegant look up front and her maternal body shape that she has. And as you get into her, we get her on the move, and this one's not as genuine in her spine and her top line and out through her hip. She gets a little shorter in terms of her pin placement, wants to duck them on the move, but a really nice female. Young lady, you're doing a great job in getting her shown. Next, we have a really nice heifer that's just really kind of fault-free and middle of the road. Maybe doesn't have the extras that some of them have had ahead of her. We'd like to maybe make her a little bigger in terms of her foot size and bone, but a nice female that blends her parts together and is good in her body shape. Maybe just not as square and sharp as a couple of the ones that precede her. And then we have a really nice heifer that's productive and sound. Just need to change her in terms of her balance and make her a little more elite in terms of her look and skeletal quality from the side, but a nice heifer, young man. Great class to just sort through.
And placings in Class 2 over in your Maine-Anjou Junior Heifer Show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 7, MCCF Glory ET, exhibited by Brody Bolin of Ashland, Ohio. And second place in that class goes to entry number 12, SFFC Augusta Pride, 52.9, exhibited by Stormy Swan of Rockville, Indiana. And third place in that class goes to entry number 8, Kena GTC Ag Missin' Me, exhibited by Emily Kramer of Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. Fourth place goes to entry number 9, CFCC Jordan 731N, exhibited by Baylor DeHaven of Parker City, Indiana. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 6, exhibited by Emerson Foster of Niles, Michigan. And sixth place in that class goes to entry number 10, exhibited by Casey Barker of Florence, Montana. And seventh place in Class 2 goes to entry number 11, exhibited by Mason Joliffe of Kenton, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 3 Maine-Anjou Junior Heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from March 18th through March 5th of 2025. Again, now in the ring is Class 3 Maine-Anjou Heifers. Would like to take this time to introduce your Maine-Anjou heifer judge today, Mr. Blaine Rogers. Blaine is from Savannah, Missouri, and he owns and operates Rogers Livestock with his wife, Melissa, and 2 daughters, Peyton and Reagan. Blaine grew up in California, where he attended Modesto Junior College and Cal Poly University and studied animal science while participating on the livestock judging team. Today, Rogers Livestock is a family operation focused on breeding and marketing high-quality cattle and working with families and breeders across the country. In addition to selling cattle, Rogers Livestock also promotes and markets semen from a diversified lineup of bulls, serving all segments of the industry. Outside his role at Rogers Livestock, Blaine is a national sales manager at Rural Supplements, where they focus on providing a complete multi-species line of nutrition, supplements, and rival show feed brand to customers across the nation. These two roles provide the opportunity to work closely with youth and breeders in the livestock industry and fulfill a long passion here today. If you please join me in giving Mr. Blaine Rogers a round of applause for being here on the Green Shavings.
Well, another good class over here, and certainly a really high quality pair to start this class off with. And I think too that have a lot of differences in terms of just where they come to us in terms of power and dimension. But I think two cattle that are both got a good look from the side. The young man's heifer that we're going to start with just is pretty much overwhelming in terms of her center body cavity and her overall dimension as we study her. Really opened up in her chest and opens up into a big forerib and huge center body, and one you get in behind and is so dimensional in terms of her pin setting. She's a heifer that still gives you a really balanced look from the side and ties high in her neck and gives you a great look as she stands there. I'd certainly like to change her just a little bit in the way that she uses her hock and and hind leg just a little bit on the move, but honestly, it's kind of a mute point in this pair because I think that's where you tweak both of them just a little bit as they get out and go. I'd like to just see her with a little bit more flexibility as she goes, but I think it's adequate, and I think a heifer that's just overwhelming in terms of her overall body and dimension. The red heifer that comes second is one that's really long in terms of her spine and holds her top line level when she goes for one that's that way. Maybe ties a little lower in terms of her neck. As you study her down through her shoulder and front knee, she gets just maybe a little bit more closed up in terms of that view as you study her from the front, and a heifer that maybe isn't as dynamic in terms of her body shape as the one that precedes her. But I really like a lot of things about her. Like I said, her length of spine and the way that she handles that on the move. I alluded to this as I talked to our class winner. I'd also like to make her just a little more flexible the way she uses her hock and ankle, but a heifer that's still plenty adequate in terms of her structure and brings a lot of quality to the table as we study her here within this class. I think it becomes a little bit more of a two-pair class, if you want to call it that, and as we get into these next two, maybe just not as elite in terms of their build and look from the side and the way they collect themselves out here in terms of their presence. This heifer is a little bit more maternal in terms of her body shape than the one that comes in fourth, and I like her in terms of her structure. As a matter of fact, as we get her out here and go at times, you might actually like the way that she uses her hock and rear pastern even better than the two cattle in front of her. But after that, she just gives up a little too much in terms of overall quality. The way that she collects her spine and her pin setting as she gets on the move, I just like to gather all those things together just a little better to give her a more elite look from a skeletal quality standpoint. The heifer that comes next is one that's really extended. She ties really high in her neck and gives you a good look up front. She's just a little bit harder in the way that she presents herself in terms of her center body cavity. I'd like to change her just from a look of balance in her underline and the way that she uses her hip and pin placement when she's out here. But a really nice heifer to round up the class, a really high quality class here.
And placings in Class 3 over in your Maine-Anjou Heifer Show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 15, JMGC Emmy's Cheek, ET, exhibited by Logan Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. Second place in Class 3 goes to entry number 21, BEAJ Miss Carmen, exhibited by Foster Watterson of West Columbia, West Virginia. And third place in Class 3 goes to entry number 18, JBT Miss Cindy Lou, exhibited by Avery Moore of Lafayette, Indiana. And fourth place in Class 3 goes to entry number 19, DSM Lady K, exhibited by Kate Spruce of Libspen, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 4 Maine-Anjou Junior Heifers. Again, now in the ring is Class 4 Maine-Anjou Heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from February 21st through February 2nd of 2025. And catching you up over in your Kiania Female Show, placings in Class 3 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 15, PCC DKBF Who's Looking 110N, exhibited by Jesse Ryder of Beamer, Nebraska. And second place in that class goes to entry number 20, CLAC Who Dat Fancy, exhibited by Bristol Bates of Chandlersville, Ohio. Third place in Class 3 goes to entry number 19, JSUL Who Dat, exhibited by Zachary Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas. And fourth place in Class 3 goes to entry number 18, DKBF PCC Dat Girl, exhibited by Hagen Hinton of Soso, Mississippi. And fifth place in Class 3 goes to entry number 17, exhibited by Carter Branter of Columbia City, Indiana. And sixth place in Class 3 goes to entry number 21, exhibited by Adam Dempsey of Hope, Indiana. And seventh place in that class goes to entry number 22, exhibited by Jaden Patton of Economy, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring in your Kiania Show is Class 4. Again, in the ring now is Class 4.
Well, a really fun class to sort through over here, just in terms of the sheer quality all the way down the lineup, and getting to just sort some differences in terms of the cattle and how they come to us. Certainly, I think as we get out here, this top pair of cattle, for me, finds themselves up here. And then after that, I think there's one that just kind of ties everything together a little bit better. And I'll be the first to admit, I think that the heifer in second has better days as she kind of continues to get used to the ring and shows a little better, because I think she's fighting against herself and a little in terms of how she gathers herself, just in terms of showing. But after that, I think the heifer that wins the class is one that finds her way to the top, just in terms of her unique ability to have such incredible build and look from the side, and the way that she balances and puts everything together, yet still is so dimensional in terms of her body, her width when you get in behind her, and the way that she's just so genuine in the transitions of everything that she does. As we study her in relation to heifer in second, I think she ties just a little higher in her neck. She's a little tighter down into her chest. She's a little stronger right behind her blade, and uses that strength of her spine to make her a little more level in her top line as she gets out here. A heifer that you like a lot of things about. I might change her just a little bit in the way that she goes out of her front end on the walk, but I think as she stands, her angles read right. All those things look good to me. The heifer in second, like I alluded to, I think is fighting just a little bit in terms of her presentation out here. Maybe her first trip through the ring, and because of that, at times she gets a little piecier out here. When she kind of gathers herself and gets to moving, I think everything comes together a little bit better. At first glance, I think she's a heifer that's really sound in terms of her structure and the way that she uses her hock and pastern. She's a heifer that's still got some body and mass. I really like her in the way that she's made up through her head and her ear set. As we study her, though, she wants to tie a little lower, and as a result, her chest kind of drops out of her. Her top line becomes just a little bit more of a problem when she gets out here. She's not as fluid in the way that she transitions from her shoulder back to her pin set, but I think a lot of good in this heifer as she goes forward and becomes more comfortable. The heifer in third is certainly one that shows a little better and gives you a little bit better look as she gathers herself on the stand in terms of her top line balance. A heifer that gives you a lot of good reads here in terms of her center body. I like to see this one tweak just a little bit as we study her at the ground. She wants to kind of toe out just a little bit up front. We get her out on the move, and I don't think she's as loose in terms of her construction out of her hock and her pastern as she gets out and goes, but a really high quality female that brings a lot to the table, and I really like this heifer as well. The heifer that comes in fourth is one that's overwhelming in terms of her body and center and just doability. She's a heifer that maybe that works to her disadvantage just a little bit in the fact that she looks like she's going to be one that's a little harder to keep trim. As we study her, she's not as fresh up to her front end and down into her chest. She's a heifer that maybe gets a little bit easier in her loin as she gets out on the move, but a heifer that looks really maternal in terms of her center body and the way she's built in that regard. The heifer that comes next is probably the other extreme, one that's really extended and later maturing, one that's still big boned and footed. She just comes a little bit piecier in terms of the way she's made through her top line and her hip. I'd like to just give her a little softer look from the side, but an outstanding female, really good class all the way through. Well, a really nice pair of females here that are presented to us within this class, and I think in their own merit, both of them bring a lot of quality, yet there's one that just kind of surfaces here fairly handily for me, and the young man's heifer that starts the class. One that's just so good in her build and the way that she puts things together, gives you a really cowy kind of a maternal look that looks like one that can go on and generate, yet still has such a good look from the side and balance. She's really stout in terms of her head. She's a heifer that's still got enough look up front, but then she opens up into a really dynamic center body. She's a heifer that's really dimensional when you get in behind her. And the thing that I really like about this one is when you study her at the ground in terms of her foot size and bone work, the way that she ties all those things together to make her look like she's got such a genuine and powerful look, yet still puts it together in a skeleton that gives you a balanced, high-quality show heifer look from the side at the same time. Really nice place to start the class. Young lady's heifer that comes in second, certainly a high-quality individual also. Maybe ran into one that just takes it to a different level. This heifer, in terms of her structure, when she gets out here, I think is plenty adequate. She's a heifer that's still got some body and a lot of good to her as she goes forward. Just doesn't tie her pieces together like the heifer that starts our class. I'd like to make her stronger in her top line. I'd like to make her a little better in terms of her pin setting. I'd like everything just to kind of flow together just a little better. Young lady, you've done a great job in getting her presented out here, though. Nice class of heifers.
And catching you up over in your Maine-Anjou female show, placings in Class 4 are as followed. Again, placings in Class 4 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 29, Kina TSSC Katie, exhibited by Hogan Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. And second place in that class goes to entry number 25, CFCC Sophie 242N, exhibited by Kylie Petergrew of Columbia City, Indiana. And third place in that class goes to entry number 32, SIXR Press Zura, exhibited by Sydney Skinner of Waterford, Ohio. Fourth place in that class goes to entry number 28, CFCC Ziana, exhibited by Lauren Landers Franklin of Blountsville, Alabama. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 30, exhibited by Jenna Sketchel of Owata, Illinois. Please note, entry number 27 was a scratch. And first place in Class 5 over in your Maine-Anjou show goes to entry number 33, BK Notorious, exhibited by Rez Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. And second place in Class 5 goes to entry number 34, HSC Coco, exhibited by Emma Hyatt of Clay City, Indiana. And over in your Maine-Anjou ring, we are ready for the selection of your Division I Champion Junior Heifer Calf. Again, we're ready for that selection of your Division I Champion Junior Heifer Calf. And catching you up over in your Kenya female show, placings in Class 4 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 23, Strollers Hoo Hoo, exhibited by Colton Haynes of Brewston Mills, West Virginia. And second place in that class goes to entry number 27, JSUL Houdat Mafia, exhibited by Tegan Parson of Leavenworth, Kansas. And third place in that class goes to entry number 26, JSUL Dat Darling, exhibited by Addison Tincture of Orleans, Indiana. And fourth place goes to entry number 24, exhibited by Katie Freeman of Belleville, Ohio. And fifth place in Class 4 goes to entry number 29, exhibited by Sarah Clanton of Vardo, Florida. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors, and also congratulations to your champion, late junior heifer calf champion, which will go to entry number 15, PCC DKBF, who's looking, exhibited by Jace Ryder of Beamer, Nebraska. And also congratulations to your reserve division champion, and that will go to entry number 13, PCC DKBF, who's looking, exhibited by Pate Parson of Leavenworth, Kansas. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring, over in your Kenya female show, is Class 5. These heifers' date of birth range from February 27th through February 4th of 2025. And again, over in your Maine-Anjou show, we are selecting your Division I champion female junior heifer calf. Again, we're selecting your Division I champion junior heifer calf.
Well, as we come out to this first division, certainly it has lived up to the excitement I had at coming out here and sorting through the Maine-Anjou show today, and certainly we'll get into this a lot going forward, but just an outstanding division with a ton of cattle out here with quality and a lot of them that have a bright future going forward, and certainly we're early in their show careers, and there's going to be a lot of them that are managed differently and change as we go forward. And within this lineup, I think there's some areas that you could discuss as what goes on forward and how it proceeds. But as we get out here, I'm just going to be real up front. There's two heifers in this lineup that I think are very competitive in my mind to go ahead and win, and one's a little bit more elegant looking and maybe a little tighter down in her chest, and the way she wedges up in through her shoulder gives you a little bit fresher look up through her front end. The other one's probably a little more dynamic in terms of her foot size and overall dimension, and it gets close in how you want to look at those going forward. Certainly I'm not one that's going to sit here and say that there's a definite right or wrong, because I think as we go and be progressive in the way that we use these cattle, there's obviously a lot of good, and even as we talk into some of these other class winners in seconds, there's certainly some cattle out here that bring a lot to the table. Just a tremendous lineup. For me, as I get out here and study them a little further, there's one heifer that maybe just takes her look just to a little more elite level. She's a little fresher through her jaw and down through her chest, and still has the same progressive kind of body shape. One that's just made extremely well. That'll be your young man out of the fourth class here as your champion. Congratulations. As we bring the heifer that was second in that particular class, a very competitive pair within that placing as well. And we talked about this heifer that comes out, and she was one that was so good in terms of her build and her structure, and a heifer that maybe was fighting just a little bit more within that particular class. But I think a heifer that's got a bright future when she gathers herself, things come together, maybe just gives up a little bit in terms of her look and down into her chest. The way that she's made up in her front end just a little bit, but one that still brings the same kind of quality in terms of her body dimension and structure. I alluded to it earlier, there was a pair of them. There's another one that hit me extremely hard just in terms of one that looks like she can go on and generate from her foot size and bone work and overall dimension and power. Young man's heifer out of the last class will be your reserve. Congratulations.
And your Division I champion over in your Maine-Anjou show goes to entry at number 29. Again, it goes to entry number 29, KINATSSC Katie, exhibited by Hogan Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. And your Division I Reserve Division champion goes to entry at number 33, BK Notorious, exhibited by Reese Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. And we're now ready to select your champion Bred-and-owned division champion.
Well, we bring over our class winners or our highest placing bred-and-owned heifers here in this division as we select our bred-and-owned division champion. And I think certainly 3 very high quality cattle, and my compliments to the exhibitors for pursuing through this and raising such high quality cattle to bring out and show. I know the commitment and the time and all the things that go into it, and I'm very impressed with the quality that we've got out here. As we get in here, I think there's all 3 of them bring some differences. There's one that maybe just puts everything together in terms of her skeleton and build and look and still has some body. Maybe tweak her just in one area in terms of her pin setting, but a really nice heifer that the young lady's doing a nice job. It'll be the heifer here second in the lineup will be your champion. Congratulations.
And your Division I champion bred-and-owned junior heifer calf goes to entry at number 6, exhibited by Emerson Foster of Niles, Michigan. Congratulations. We're now ready for Class 6 over in your Maine-Anjou fall heifer calf division. Again, we're ready for Class 6 Maine-Anjou females. These heifers' date of birth range from September 25th through October 8th of 2024. Again, now in the ring is Class 6 Maine-Anjou females. And catching you up over in your Kenia female show, placings in Class 5 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 34, TSS Who's Looking Now, exhibited by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. And second place in that class goes to entry number 30, TSSC Sassy and Salty, exhibited by Anila Lucy of Glen Easton, West Virginia. And third place in Class 5 goes to entry number 35, CFCCGG, exhibited by Emma Wagner of Morgantown, Indiana. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 37, Campbell Jalen, exhibited by Brody Hansen of Lewisburg, West Virginia. And fifth place in Class 5 goes to entry number 39, exhibited by Tegan O'More of Rushville, Indiana. And sixth place goes to entry number 33, exhibited by Adrian Bryant of Fulton, Missouri. Please note, entry number 36 was a scratch. Now in the ring is Class 6 Kenia females.
Well, incredible class over here as we start this next division, and this is the kind of thing that you kind of expect when you get an opportunity to come and judge a show here in Louisville, and the fun part about it is getting to see and sort through these elite cattle. The hard part is when you get to make the decision and let somebody know that they're going to be second or third in a class like this that obviously have brought cattle that are extremely good. our class winner is very good in a lot of areas, and I think it becomes close in some spots here between her and the one in second from the standpoint that they're both very good in terms of their practicality, their body shape, and all the basic fundamentals that they bring to the table to cattle that are very elite in those areas. The difference for me is when we get them out here and parked, and the ones that just has the far reaching extras is the heifer that starts our class. One is we study her from the front side of her skeleton. She's just so elite in the way she gets out here and throws her head up there and cranks her ears forward and gives you that elite look from the front. Opens up so progressive in terms of her body shape and rib cage, one that's really wide and long in terms of her hip design, and then meets the surface with a really big foot and a stout bone and gives you just that elite look. And that's probably where I think she has the advantage over the heifer in second, is just the front end quality, the way that she hits the surface in terms of her foot size. I'd certainly like to, as she comes right at you, she wants to kind of pivot them in just a little bit. We could square her up as she comes, and maybe it'd allow her shoulder just to lay in her just a little different in that area. But man, one that paints such a perfect picture from the side. Young man's heifer in second. Man, this is one, when she first hit the ring, that I was really captivated by, just in terms of her practicality, her body shape. One that's so good in terms of the way she puts things together. As we get her back out here and study her in relation to that one, she's maybe just is not as elite in her look up through her front 1/3. She's a heifer that hits the surface just a little bit frailer in terms of her foot size compared to the heifer in front of her. But man, that's picking on one that's awfully good here in second. The heifer that comes in third certainly brings a lot of neat pieces to the table as well, and in another class, we'd probably talking her extremely high. I love her in terms of her foot size, her bone work, her stoutness of feature. She's a heifer that's really good in terms of those areas, and she gets out and goes extremely well in terms of her structural integrity. She's a heifer, when we get her out here, that just gets a little bit more basic in terms of her shape of her head. She's a heifer that maybe gets a little harder in terms of her body shape in relation to those two cattle right in front of her. But man, that's one that brings so many good things to the table that you hate to end a class with. Really high quality class and fun to sort through. Another nice class over here, and one that I think our class winner is elite and surfaces herself fairly handily within this class. One that just really has some neat pieces to her in terms of her moderation, her tremendous body shape and density, a heifer that looks like she can go on and generate down the road and just really bring some neat pieces to the table. For one that's that big in terms of her body, she ties high in her neck. She gives you a good look from the side. I really like that about her. I'd freshen her up just a little bit down in her chest as we get her out and move, even though she has great angles to her hock and the way that she sets down in her hind leg. I'd maybe just loosen her up just ever so slightly in the way she gets out of her hind leg. But man, that's a really neat heifer that's so dimensional and so powerful in the way she's put together and still gives you a great look from the side. The heifer that comes in second is certainly a heifer that brings some value as well, just maybe runs into one that's a little more elite, a heifer that's practical in terms of her body and depth, one that's long in terms of her spine, just gives up some in terms of her structure and her overall stoutness of feature from in her foot and bone work. But a nice heifer, the young lady's done a great job in getting presented.
And catching you up over in your Kenya female show, placings in Class 6 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 44, MIL Nugget, exhibited by Dylan Miller of Galveston, Indiana. And second place in Class 6 goes to entry number 41, PGC J-Boy Cross My Heart, exhibited by Claire Neva of Melrose, Iowa. Third place goes to entry number 42, TSSC Nirvana, exhibited by Jason Godin of Paris, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors in Class 6, and also congratulations to your champion early junior heifer calf, which will go to entry number 34, TSSC Who's Looking Now, exhibited by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. And also congratulations to your reserve early junior heifer calf, and that will go to entry number 44, exhibited by Dylan Miller of Galveston, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 7 Kenya females. These females' date of birth range from November 25th through November 17th of 2024. And catching you up over in your Maine-Anjou show, your placings in Class 6 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 40, SNZSC WPL Tate McCrae, exhibited by Keegan Stack of Woodstock, Minnesota. And that heifer will also be your automatic Division II champion female. Congratulations. And second place in Class 6 and automatic reserve Division II champion will go to entry number 37, Kena GTC Katie, exhibited by Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. And third place in Class 6 will go to entry number 38, MKR Miss Dakota Blue, exhibited by Henry Michael of Fort Branch, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And also placings in Class 7 are as followed. And again, placings in Class 7 over in your Maine-Anjou show. First place goes to entry number 42, RJG Miss Moonlight, exhibited by McClay Jennison of Hempton, Illinois. And second place in that class goes to entry number 41, DAES Miss Mabel, exhibited by Alex Steffi of Cloverdale, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 8 Maine-Anjou heifers. Again, now in the ring is Class 8. These heifers' date of birth range from May 27th through May 2nd of 2024.
Well, another great class over here, and I think we've got a very high-quality class winner as we study the young ladies heifer that starts off. One that's just got such a good, fresh look up front and opens up really big into a bold center body. She's really good in terms of her length of hip and the way she uses her hip and hind leg. A heifer that just brings a lot of quality to the table to start this class. The heifer in second is one that's really bold in terms of her body. I think she's a heifer that's better in terms of her top line and pin setting as we study her in relation to the heifer that comes next. She's a female that gets out and goes really well. I'd like to clean her up in the base of her chest, give her just a little more elite look in that area, but a really nice heifer to follow in second. The heifer that comes in third is probably a little bigger at the surface in terms of her foot size, a heifer that's really bold and robust in terms of her body shape. I just would like to change her in terms of the way she uses her hip and keep her pin setting a little more genuine when she's on the move. She's a heifer that gets a little shorter and rounder there, and as a result, maybe handles her hind leg just a little different. We freshen her up just a little in terms of her condition for me, but a really high quality female there in third. The heifer that comes next is one that's just really basic in terms of her build and functionality. Really good in terms of her body and her length of hip. A heifer that's sound in her structure. As we study her from a look of quality from the side, she ties a little lower in her neck, she's a little deeper in her chest, and probably doesn't read with the kind of dimension and center body shape that we see in the three cattle ahead of her, but a really high quality female. Young lady, you do a great job in terms of getting shown. Young man that brings his heifer out next, another big-bodied, functional kind of a female that looks like she's fairly easy doing and practical. Just as we get her out here in the show ring setting, maybe doesn't give us the same kind of look and balance and quality from the side that we're looking for in the cattle ahead of her. But young man, you do a great job in terms of getting her shown. Once again, a really nice class winner to start us off. Well, another really good division as we bring out the class winners and seconds here, and then obviously the numbers weren't real high here within this division, but certainly we've got quality representation out here in the champion lineup. And I think our two class winners are similar in an area in the fact that they're both cattle that give you a really good look and look like show heifers, yet still have the kind of dimension and body shape and practicality that look like they can go on and generate when it's all said and done and be contributing to whoever's program they go on and take. I think there's some subtle differences as we study them. The heifer that wins the first class I really like in terms of her head shape and her look up front. She's a heifer that you really appreciate in terms of her proportions when you get off her from the side. One that's really elegant looking from the side, yet so bold and dimensional in terms of her body and her pin setting. She's a heifer that is moderate in terms of her frame size, and maybe out here she looks like she could be have a little more scale and growth, but I still appreciate that for her in relation to where we take them out and use them afterwards. I think for me, she's plenty big enough. A heifer that is so, like I said, bold and robust. As we get her out here, she sets really good in terms of her structure, and I love the read to her angles. I'd maybe like to loosen her up in the way she uses her hip and hind leg, just to allow her to reach a little bit further when she gets out and goes, and just grab another gear in terms of athleticism behind, but one that I like a lot of things about. The young lady's heifer that wins the other class is one that gives you a great look in terms of her silhouette, and one that is so maternal in her look up front. Like I stated, she may not be as neat in terms of her head shape as the heifer that wins the class right in front of her, but like the heifer in front, she ties high and gives you a good look, and then opens up so expansive in terms of her rib cage and the way that she's constructed in that area. I really like this heifer in terms of her length of hip, the way that she uses her hind leg and gets out and goes, and I think that's where the pair maybe sorts. Two very high quality heifers, and we're going to keep them as a pair here in this division. This heifer will be our champion. We'll follow with yours as reserve. Congratulations.
And catching you up over in your Kiania Female Show, placings in Class 7 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 47, PCC DKBF Dat Girl, exhibited by Canberra Cook of Clovis, California. And second place in Class 7 goes to entry number 49, JSUL Who Dat Special, exhibited by Brooklyn Durberry of Olton, Texas. Third place goes to entry number 150, Armis, exhibited by Addison Ownby from Cleveland, Tennessee. Fourth place in that class goes entry number 48, FC Red Thunder, exhibited by Gavelina Sheets of Jefferson, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And first place in Class 8 in your Kiania Female Show goes to entry number 51, JSUL Primo Darling, 4724M, exhibited by Tristan Lindsay of Masonville, Iowa. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 9 Kiania females. These females' date of birth range from September 30th through September 4th of 2024. Again, entering the ring now is Class 9 Kiania females. And catching you up over in your Maine-Anjou show, placings in Class 8 are as follows. First place in Class 8 and your Division 3 champion summer yearling heifer will go to entry number 43, TJSC So Sweet, exhibited by Samantha Van Horst of Bowling Green, Ohio. Congratulations. And second place in Class 8 will go to entry number 46, MCCF Mary Lou, exhibited by Jamie Hovland of York, Nebraska. And third place in Class 8 goes to entry number 51, DMW Dolly, exhibited by Jackson Stevens of Osgood, Indiana. Fourth place in Class 8 goes to entry number 47, BK Magic Maker, exhibited by Sydney Skinner of Waterford, Ohio. Fifth place in Class 8 will go to entry number 44, exhibited by Shan Roderfer of New Knoxville, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors, and please note entry number 48 was a scratch. And your Maine-Anjou Reserve Division 3 champion, summer yearling, and automatic bred-and-owned champion will go to entry number 42, RJG Miss Moonlight, exhibited by Michaela Jensen of Hempin, Illinois. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 9 Maine-Anjou heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from April 19th through April 6th of 2024. Would also like to take this time to introduce your official photographer for this year's North American, Lindy's Livestock Photos. You can find all the photos here at the North American in Broadbent and Freedom Hall at lindysphotos.com. So please go check that out. They do a great job here at the North American. So any of the photos you would like to see and purchase, please go to lindysphotos.com.
This is fun. You get into these classes like this and these shows, and there's so much quality and obviously presented to an elite level and just really high quality cattle. And not to take away from the two standing over there, but you get in this trio, and man, there's a lot of neat pieces working in these three cattle. For me, the one that wins does so just from the standpoint that she takes a lot of the good that we see in the two cattle behind her just takes it to a little different level in terms of her freshness, the way that she ties up front, how sharp she's built in that manner, and one that proportions and has so much look from the side, yet opens up so expansive in her center body. I love this heifer when she gets on the move in terms of the way that she gets out and rolls in terms of her angles and her joint work. And like I said, she just does it so fresh up through the front 1/3 of her body, yet is so expansive and bold in her rib design. You get in behind this one, and she is really cracked open in terms of her head setting, yet still handles it and makes it elegant look to her from the side. Just a really unique animal to start our class with. Man, it's hard to put feet and structure on one like that we have here in second, and certainly when this heifer gets out and goes, her structure and her read out of her shoulder down into her foot, the way she uses her hock and pastern, and then to put it down on that kind of size of a foot and bone work is truly impressive and hard to do, and I love that about this female. You know, she is so bold and expansive and in terms of her rib cage and her power as well. And all those things are so hard to do and make one that flexible. You get her out here, as we study her in relation to her class winner, I think she's a little plainer in terms of her head. She's a little deeper in terms of her chest and not as fresh and sharp as she comes to us up front. As we study her in her hip design, when we get extra critical in a class this hard, I think that maybe she's not quite as square and level as the heifer that precedes her within this class. But man, that one has some far-reaching pieces in terms of generating, and the ability to be that flexible and sound and have feet like that is something that I really admire. The heifer that comes in third, this one in her own merit, you like a lot of things about, and this young lady does an incredible job in terms of presenting her. As we study her up through her head and her neck, she's probably a little tidier there in relation to the heifer that precedes her. She's a heifer that's really bold and expansive in her rib design as well, and I think that she gives you a really great look when she's on the silhouette. When we study her in terms of her her true genuine build in relation to the two cattle, I don't read her as bold in terms of her rib shape coming out of the backside of her shoulder. It kind of progressively gets the same in her read as you study her out of her pin setting and down into her quarter, and I don't think she's as flexible in the way that she uses her hock and pastern. I've just tore apart a heifer that's awful good, because this heifer in a lot of circumstances is very competitive. You put her in that trio and we've got to break down their differences. I certainly like that one and think she's got a bright future ahead of her in terms of generating as well a really fun trio of cattle to study. The heifer that comes next is one that is really high-performing female that's got a lot of stature and body and just overall mass. She's a heifer that you love in terms of her front end structure. We get her out here and she comes just a little bit more generic in terms of her look up and her build and her front end. She's a heifer that's not as square and wide in terms of her pin setting. I'd like to change her just a little bit in how she handles her hock to her pastern as she gets out and moves. But man, here's a heifer that's also very productive in terms of her look. Looks like she'll make a great cow on down the road. We follow with a heifer that really has a lot of value as well in terms of just her sheer stoutness. You read her up through her skull and the way she's built that way. She's a heifer that's got some power when you get in behind her in dimension. She's one, too, that has some body. You start to study her from a skeletal makeup standpoint in relation to the cattle ahead of her in this class. She's just not as elite in her look up front, how she carries her head and neck into her and her chest into her front end. And then we get her on the move, and I think she just sorts herself there from a structural standpoint. But man, a really high quality class. That was fun to sort through. My compliments to the exhibitors. Well, they just keep coming over here, and it really gets fun when you get to sort elite quality like this, and I feel like a broken record, but all the way through these cattle are really good. These Maine-Anjou cattle are just getting so good in terms of having all the basics and fundamentals that we need for them to go and generate and be progressive, yet still have elite qualities and far-reaching pieces with excellent structure. And so it makes it really fun when you get out here to get to sort through quality like this. Even though some of the calls can be challenging and how you want to interpret them. And I hope that you can follow along ringside as you bring really high quality cattle to me that maybe don't win the class and see that there's some other stuff in here that we're sorting tiny little pieces there back and forth. But for me, within this particular class, as they came in, the heifer that wins kind of found herself a starting role here, and I didn't really deviate from that. Some of my questions came as we got in after that. This heifer, I think, just gives you such a maternal image from the side in terms of one that not only has such a good look to her and her structure so flawless, yet still gives you those fundamentals that tell you she's going to go on and contribute when her show career is over. I really like this heifer as you study her up through her head and her neck and how elevated she is there, and still blends that into such a big maternal rib cage. As you get in behind her, she's so bold and expansive. You get in behind this heifer and she's still got some pin width and some functionality in terms of one that can go on and continue to generate. You get her on the move and she's probably the most elite in terms of her structure and the way she gets out and goes. Just one that you really like a lot of things about. Maybe intensify her ever so slightly at the ground in terms of her bone work. One that maybe just brings all those things together in such a neat package, though from the side it's hard to look away from. The heifer that comes next in class, as we talk about just cattle that have some foot size and bone work and structure, I really like this heifer, and to be honest with you, this is where the call came within this particular class. When you get right off them from the side, I'll be the first to admit the heifer that ends up second isn't quite as neat as we study her through her jaw down into her chest, and the way that she just kind of the way that she shows herself off out here within the ring setting. But where it came down to for me is as you study these two cattle on a front three-quarter view and look back, I think this heifer opens up a little bit bolder in terms of her shoulder and her chest floor. She's got a little more forearm when you study her there. And then you look back into her pin setting from that standpoint, and she progressively gets wider back into her pins, a heifer that handles herself really good in terms of her feet and legs. Certainly the heifer that comes in third, when you sit off on the silhouette, gives you a really striking view from the side, and I think she's tidier up through her head and her neck. She ties a little higher in the way that she puts that together. When you study her through her forerib, she's a little more seamless in her transition, and from the side she looks a little bit smoother in the way she connects all her parts in regard to the heifer that was in second. I'd like to trim her up. I think as we study this heifer, and I mentioned to you on a front three-quarter view, her progression from her shoulder back to her pin placement, you start to question how genuine she is in terms of her width and build from that regard, and you step in behind her, and she kind of gives you a little bit of that look. Just a little bit further in terms of her condition than the heifer in front of her. If you want to sit here and tell me that this one's more elite from the side when you study her in terms of her balance and proportions, a heifer that's still really good in terms of her structure, and you want to tie into her in second, I'm certainly good with that because that's a very high quality heifer as well. The heifer that comes in fourth is one that when she first came in, I gravitated towards and thought, man, this is a really high quality female. When we set her in motion, I think she sorts herself out of the top trio. One that just gets a little bit shorter striding out of her front end as she goes, maybe isn't as athletic from behind, but man, when we park her, this heifer is really fresh. I love her body type. I love the way that she's so square in terms of her pin setting, and her skeleton reads so true from the side. I just like to make her go just a little better in relation to the cattle that are directly in front of her. We follow with a heifer that's so functional and practical in her kind, one that looks like she's really easy fleshing and going to go out and contribute. As we study her in terms of her elite extras compared to the cattle in front of her, she just doesn't maybe bring to the table the high quality skeletal build from the side as we study her in terms of her look and balance, but a really high quality female. Excellent class, really compliment the exhibitors on high quality female.
And recapping over in your Kenia female show, first place in Class 10 goes to entry number 57, Macy Lady Monica, exhibited by Eden Ennis of Martinsville, Indiana. And first place and your champion summer yearling female goes to entry number 205, BMW Dolly, exhibited by Jackson Stevens of Osgood, Indiana. And second place in Class 11 goes to entry number 156, WSCC Sammy, exhibited by Addison Ownby of Cleveland, Tennessee. And your reserve summer yearling female will go to entry number 57, exhibited by Eden Ennis of Martinsville, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And catching you up over in your Maine-Anjou show, placings in Class 9 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 52, BCIISCMESNT Maya, exhibited by Kelton Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry number 54, CFFCC Candy Crush, exhibited by Blake Herdman of Hillsboro, Ohio. Third place in Class 9 goes to entry number 55, BBR Majestic, exhibited by Haddon Dunka of Wayne, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to entry number 56, exhibited by Grant Rumpel of Decatur, Indiana. Fifth place in Class 9 goes to entry number 53, exhibited by Grace Shute of Greensburg, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And placings in Class 10 over in your Maine-Anjou female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 57, Carl Milley, exhibited by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. And second place in Class 10 goes to entry number 60, MINN Mama Mia, exhibited by Emma Yoakum of Hillsboro, Ohio. Third place in Class 10 goes to entry number 62, FX Marley, exhibited by Riley Short of Masonville, Iowa. Fourth place goes to entry number 59, STECK Cambo, exhibited by Aubrey Bletcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. Fifth place goes to entry number 63, exhibited by Hannah Yingsting of Sydney, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 11 Maine-Anjou Junior Yearling Heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from February 25th through February 12th of 2024. And over in your Kenia female show, your heifers in the ring now is Class 12. Again, now in the ring is Class 12 Kenia females. These heifers' date of birth range from April 29th through April 8th of 2024.
Well, another class with a lot of quality here within it, and certainly a very challenging one to just wrap your head around exactly where you want to go, because they're all kind of different in their kinds, and there's some areas that you change each and every one of them, and maybe just trying to figure out what the correct placing is becomes a challenge, because all three of these cattle are very high quality in their own right, and there's just a lot of differences in where you got to decide what you're going to do. And certainly as a show judge, this is one of those classes that you really dread to have to put a lineup on, because obviously wherever you're wanting to go in your program, there's a lot of different options out here, and obviously all three of these cattle are very high quality. Certainly as we start, I think that when we get into it, there's one heifer that we go ahead and start with from the ground up that I'm just the most comfortable in terms of her foot size, her structure, and her angles, and the way she goes. Our class winner is probably the one that I'm the most comfortable with in terms of her reach off both ends of her skeleton, and the way that she uses her feet and legs, and with that still gets out here and gives us a great look. I love how fresh this heifer is in terms of her condition. I think as we study her in relation to the heifer that comes in second, she's a little tidier down through her chest and up through her neck. She's a heifer that runs uphill and gives you a great look through her front end, and she's a heifer that you really like in terms of her top line, her balance, and her length of hip. And all of those areas that she brings to the table. I'll be the first to admit I'd like to change her in terms of her skull. She gets a little longer muzzled than I'd like. She's right on the verge for me in terms of her frame size and moderation, and probably a little bit of that is because the heifer that comes in second is maybe the other extreme where she's a little bit more moderate. But I think this heifer is a very high quality female that brings a lot of neat things to the table in terms of flexibility and foot size and just her overall skeletal build. I really think she brings a lot of value. The heifer that comes in second is one that, in terms of her moderation of frame and body and genuine just fundamentalness, is a heifer you like a lot of things about in that regard. She looks like one that'll be very low maintenance, and when we go into production, has some generating capabilities and will continue to do a great job just from her basic build. As we get her out here from a show cattle standpoint, she maybe wants to run downhill just a little bit on the move, and when she does, she drops her chest a little bit lower, maybe isn't quite as fresh and trim as the heifer that comes right in front of her. And even though her structure is really good, I don't think it's quite as elite as we study her in terms of her foot size and just the way she gets out and goes to our class winner. The heifer in third is one that brings some really unique pieces to the table, and this is the part where I said that you cringe as a show judge when you see one with elite pieces like this come in the ring in a trio, and you've got to make a decision on where you're going to go. A really high tying heifer that's really good in terms of her top line and wide in her pin setting. She's a heifer that's got some body. One that you get out here and she'll give you a good look. She's got a little more chest. As we get her out here on the move, I think where she sorts herself, she just gets a little bit shorter in terms of her stride. Her structure is maybe not as elite as our class winner. She maybe doesn't have quite as much body and softness as the heifer that's in second. So she finds herself in third for me, but certainly a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of quality and one you hate to round a class out with. My compliments to the exhibitors on an extremely competitive class and a great way to continue on in our show.
And placings in Class 11 over in your Maine-Anjou female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 65, KINAGTC Monica, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 64, GDMN Lady May, exhibited by William Miller of Gridley, Illinois. Third place in that class goes to entry number 67, CFCC Peyton, exhibited by Kylie Pettigrew of Columbia City, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now making their way in the ring will be the selection of your Division 4 Champion Junior Yearling Heifer. Again, the selection of your Division 4 Champion Junior Yearling Heifer over in your Maine-Anjou female show.
Well, I know we still got a lot of show to go today, and certainly we've had some really good cattle that come before us in these divisions, so I'm not making any statements about this one in particular and where it ranks with anything, but I'll tell you that when you're growing up and you have passion for good livestock, and I'll be the first to admit I'm not the guy that just loves to judge shows. It's not the thing that I just look forward to and try to get as many of them lined up as possible. But when you get an opportunity to judge at this level and you get to see this many elite females in front of you, or just high quality stock, man, it makes it fun, and it just is my compliments to all of you guys. I know how hard it is to raise and make them this good, and then to present them at this level this time of year and keep them fresh and functional and all the things that you've done. My compliments to everybody that's shown so far, and especially within this division, because when you get out here, there's a lot of quality stock out here, and it kind of becomes fun because at this point you get to pick things that maybe suit you just a little bit more in terms of your priorities or how you like cattle. And it's not always right or wrong in the way that we all like things, because if you look out here, I'm sure every one of these cattle can go and contribute to somebody's program in their regard and make elite stock for the next generation. And so, not to get on a soapbox, but I think it's really fun that we've gotten to the point that some of these show cattle are ones that are going to really come back and be able to generate, and I think that's what we have out here. As we get into them, I think I owe it to you just real quickly to describe what I've seen, because if I was you and I had all these cattle out here, I'd want to hear exactly what was going through my mind. Young man's heifer that wins this first class in this division is one that's just so neat to look at from the side. I admire how fresh she is in terms of her body condition. I love this one in terms of her balance and proportions when you get off her from the side. She's got such an elite show heifer look in terms of the way she ties everything together so effortlessly, and yet still has so much dimension in terms of her center body, her pin setting, and then handles it so good in terms of her structure. She's a female that just is really sharp in terms of her build and the way that she's made. I love her when she hits the ground and the way that she uses her feet and legs. Is she the biggest footed and the stoutest legged out here in this lineup? No, but she's got plenty for me in those regards, and certainly a heifer that you got to admire a lot of things about. The heifer that wins the next class, when you talk about one that just has a picture, like a maternal image to you of what one that'll go out and make a cow, this one really does it. She's so bold and robust in her body shape. She's a heifer that looks like she's very easy in terms of her fleshing ability, a heifer that's sound in terms of her structure and flexible in terms of her spine, and I love all those things about her. As we break her down in comparison to the cattle on both sides of her, she's maybe not quite as neat in terms of her chest floor, or in terms of her chest and all those in that area. We might intensify her just a little bit in terms of her foot size and bone work, but man, it's really hard when you make one that massive in terms of their body, maternal in terms of their look, and yet still this heifer's with her immense flexibility in terms of her spine and her skeletal read off both ends still comes together in a really collected show heifer package that gives you a great look from the side. It's kind of an area where the show ring meets functionality in that one, and I really like that about her. Young man's heifer that wins the third class is one that is so fresh in the way that she comes to us, really sharp up through her front end. When we talk about sheer foot size and bone work and just skeletal flexibility, this one is probably unrivaled in terms of the size of her feet. A heifer that gives you a great look from the side. As I study her in relation to the cattle ahead of her, I'd like to maybe make her just a little more genuine as you read her in terms of her body shape. I'm not saying that she doesn't have enough, but you study her in the way that she transitions into her forerib, her progression from her chest to her rear flank, maybe not quite as expansive and bold as the two cattle right in front of her, but man, you put her off on the side and she gives you a great look. Like I mentioned, her feet and bone and her structure when she gets out here and goes is second to none. I'd maybe like to change her and shorten her up in her muzzle just a little bit if we're getting extra picky in terms of her head shape, but man, a really nice heifer. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the ones that were second, but I'll just tell you this. Each and every one of those is very high quality cattle in terms of their elite feet and leg structure, cattle that still have a great look in terms of their body shape and dimension, and still tie that together with a show ring look. And obviously we talked about those differences in class and why they were second. I think all of those fell in classes that were very competitive, and so if you made it this far, obviously they're very competitive cattle out here as well. I know I've taken some time. For me, there's one out here that's just kind of a little more my speed in terms of just her extra sharpness and balance and proportions and things that the way that she ties things together. Young man's heifer out of the first class will be your division champion. Congratulations.
And over in your Maine-Anjou show, your Division 4 champion junior yearling heifer goes to entry number 52, BC2SCMESNT Maya, exhibited by Kelton Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Congratulations. And your reserve Division 4 junior yearling heifer champion goes to entry number 57, Carl Millie, exhibited by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And over in your Maine-Anjou show, we are ready to select your grand champion junior Maine-Anjou heifer here at the North American. Again, we're ready to select your grand champion Maine-Anjou heifer here at the North American. And over in your Kenia female show, catching up with Class 12, placings are as followed. First place and automatic champion late spring yearling female will go to entry number 68, TSSC TLLC Paris Hilton, who exhibited by Brecklin Bloomberg of Sector, Illinois. And second place in that class and automatic reserve late spring yearling female will go to entry number 61, JSUL Houdat 1 4205M, exhibited by Turner Longhair of Kellyville, Oklahoma. And third place in Class 12 goes to entry number 67, JSUL Wildcat, exhibited by Gemma Dorsey of Morrow, Illinois. Fourth place in that class goes to entry number 74, BMW Ace, exhibited by Kendall Davis of Bowling Green, Ohio. Fifth place in Class 12 goes to entry number 71, exhibited by Harper Sanders of Gallipolis, Ohio. Sixth place goes to entry number 63, exhibited by Lux Gordon of Rushville, Indiana. Seventh place in that class goes to entry number 69, exhibited by Emma Van Hoa of Catawba, North Carolina. Eighth place goes to entry number 70, exhibited by Anna Lucy of Glen Easton, West Virginia. Ninth place in Class 12 goes to entry number 73, exhibited by Tanner Well of Butler, Kentucky. 10th place goes to entry number 64, exhibited by Mila Strand of Alger, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors in Class 12 and your late spring yearling champion and reserve. Now in the ring is Class 13 of your Kenia female show. Again, entering the ring now is Class 13 Kenia females. These heifers' date of birth range from March 15th through March 1st of 2024.
Well, as we bring all our divisions out for our champion drive and the Maine-Anjou show, I probably got a little long-winded on that last division and should have saved it for this point, but it's been a lot of fun, and there is a lot of good cattle. This is a breed that I actually have a lot of passion for, and it's one that, in my opinion, has made a tremendous amount of progress in terms of the progression and direction in which it's done. And I think that as you start to look at the high Maine division and you bring this many high quality representatives out here, it just speaks loudly for why the Maine Angus and MaineTainer divisions is so good, and there's so much opportunity here within this breed. And I think a lot of it stems from the leadership all the way from the top, and creating incredible junior events that's made everybody become more motivated and progressive in their breeding programs with the demand for them. But obviously a lot of it's just due to the fact of how genuine these cattle have gotten, how good they are in terms of their structure and their build, and just the opportunity to take a show animal and still go on and generate and increase profitability for your program. And I think as you look across the ring here, it's pretty evident why that is the case, because these cattle are extremely good. No matter what breed you put them in, they become competitive in terms of their skeletal quality and build, and yet still having enough function to be able to go out and maintain when it's all said and done. And so we do that, and then we make the elite extras that they bring to the table. It really becomes a fun scenario to get to sort through. And so my compliments to all of you. Certainly there's going to be people that leave here disappointed because you've brought elite stock to town at a very high quality event, and had high expectations, obviously, for what you've brought here, and rightfully so, because we could rank all these cattle from top to bottom within this drive, and it would still leave us with one that would scratch your head if you saw her on your own right and they told you that she got left out. So I guess with what I'm trying to tell you is that you all need to be proud of what you've brought out here. Really an exceptional set of cattle, a great group of young people that have presented these cattle extremely well, and I think it becomes a lot of fun. I've talked about all these cattle individually in each one of the divisions, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. I can tell you that there's several of them out here that in my mind I'd love to use, because they all exemplify the things that I'm looking for, and I'd love to take so many of these females home and put them into our program and use them in different capacities. So with that said, my compliments to all the exhibitors once again. I'm going to go out and select your champion and reserve. If you all join me in a big round of applause for all these exhibitors on an incredible show.
And your grand champion Maine-Anjou heifer here at the 2025 North American goes to entry number 52, BC2 SCM ESNT Maya, exhibited by Kelton Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion Maine-Anjou will go to entry number 40. Again, it will go to entry number 40, exhibited by Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Congratulations to those exhibitors, and we'll now select your Bred-and-owned champion.
Well, not to take anything away from this division, because certainly it is very admirable for these young people to raise and bring these cattle of this quality to the show. And obviously, all of these were very competitive within their respective divisions, and certainly bring a lot of quality to the table. We get out here, and there's one that probably just takes it to a little different level in terms of giving you that incredible show heifer look, and still has a tremendous amount of body and dimension, and one that looks like she can go on and generate. Young ladies heifer out of the 3rd division will be our champion. Congratulations.
And your champion Bred-and-owned Maine-Anjou heifer goes to entry number 42, RJG Miss Moonlight, exhibited by McClay Jensen of Hempin, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We will be taking a short photo break over at the backdrop, and then we'll be moving into our main Angus show here in Broadbent with Class 12. Again, we'll be moving in with our main Angus heifer show here in Broadbent after the conclusion of some photographs of your main champions. And placings in Class 3 over in your Kiania female show are as followed. First place, and automatic champion early spring yearling female goes to entry number 89, JSUL Houdat, exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. And second place and automatic reserve early spring yearling female goes to entry number 87, JSUL Houdat, exhibited by Carly Kennedy of Salmon, Ohio. And third place in that class of 13, it goes to entry number 85, Canes Sapphire, exhibited by Brenna Wilkins of Bennett, Iowa. Fourth place goes to entry number 84, JSUL Houdat, exhibited by Tanner Butcher of LaRue, Ohio. And fifth place in class 13 goes to entry number 90, exhibited by Jenna Sketchel of Ottawa, Illinois. And sixth place in that class goes to entry number 81, exhibited by Macy Stanley of Gelato, Ohio. And seventh place in class 13 goes to entry number 82, exhibited by Addison Finning of Coldwater, Ohio. And eighth place goes to entry number 86, exhibited by Dickinson Fry of Independence, Iowa. And please note, entry number 83 was a scratch. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is class 14 Kiania females. And placings in Class 14 over in your Kenya female show are as follows. First place goes to entry number 95, BMW Dolly, exhibited by Hadley Dunkla of Wayne, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry number 94, K&E M&M, exhibited by Avery Says of Coal Valley, Illinois. Third place goes to entry number 91, JSUL Houdat, exhibited by Andrew Ray of Brooksville, Kentucky. Fourth place goes to entry number 93, OMF Lucy, exhibited by Charlie Hardman of Baldwin, Georgia. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 15 Kenya females, and these females' date of birth range from January 30th through January 12th of 2024. Again, all you champion and reserve champions from today's show, don't forget we are projected to have our Supreme Drive at approximately 5:30 this evening in Freedom Hall. So please join us for that very excellent event this afternoon. Again, it's projected to be 5:30, but will eventually be after the conclusion of all breeds shows today. So please join us there in Freedom Hall approximately 5:30 this afternoon. And placings in class number 15 over in your Kenya female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 97, J-Boy Susie Q, exhibited by Oakland Plump of Mitchell, South Dakota. Second place in that class goes to entry number 99, TSSC, Who's Gonna Play, exhibited by Hadlin Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 96, Press Golden Riches, exhibited by Taylor Jackson of Waukon, Iowa. Fourth place goes to entry number 98, BMW Fry Lucy, exhibited by Pate Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. Fifth place goes to entry number 100, exhibited by Jace Reed of West Salem, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready to select your champion junior yearling female. And your champion junior yearling female over in your Kenya female show goes to entry number 95, BMW Dolly 206M, exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Congratulations. And your reserve junior yearling female will come out of the same class, entry number 94, K&E M&M 28M, exhibited by Avery Says of Coal Valley, Illinois. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now be ready to select your grand champion Kenya female here at the North American. Again, now entering the ring will be the selection of your grand champion Kenya female here at the 2025 North American. And back over in your Maine Angus Heifer show, now entering the ring is Class 12 Maine Angus Heifers. Again, entering the ring now is Class 12 Maine Angus heifers. Would like to take this time to introduce your American Junior Kennel Association Board of Directors that work on the juniors' behalf all year long and have been helping us here in the ring. Would like to take this time to introduce them and say a word of thanks to them. We have Charlie Hazelrig, President of Missouri, Ellie Hurt, Vice President of Texas, Michaela McDonald, Secretary Treasurer from Georgia, Remy Earnhardt, Public Relations Director from Indiana, Quinn Whaley, At-Large Director from Iowa, Breck Boyce from Southwest Region Director from Texas, Mackenzie Klomoski, At-Large Director from Florida, Kasha Ray, At-Large Director from Texas, Kaylee Jennings, At-Large Director from Ohio, Barrett Evans, At-Large Director from Ohio, Mika Malone, Northeast Region Director from Kentucky, and Peyton Hurd, At-Large Director from Georgia. If you could join me in giving those folks a big round of applause for helping us out here in the ring on the green shavings. Would also like to take this time to introduce our American Kennel Association royalty here with us today. We have our Queen, Miss Catherine Naber from Nebraska, and our Princess, Miss Landry Warnock of Indiana. We do need that Angus class entry in the makeup ring over in Freedom Hall.
Well, a nice way to start out our Maine Angus division, and I think a really nice trio of heifers and two that kind of surface themselves. The one that is going to win the class does so just from a sheer standpoint of her dimension. You study her in through her chest floor. I think she opens up a little wider. She hits the surface with a little bigger foot. She's a heifer that's just bolder in terms of her rib shape, and you get in behind her and her pin placement's a little bit wider. A heifer that you really like in that regard. Get her on the move, and she's extra sound in terms of her structure. I love her reach and comfort. Just a nice place to start here, a really high quality heifer. The heifer that comes in second might be a little more chiseled as we study her up through her head and down through her chest. A heifer that too opens up into a bold forerib. As I study her, I just don't see the overall dimension that I see in our class winner from her chest to her pin setting and back into her base width. I just like to open this heifer up all the way through, but she gives you an incredible look in terms of her silhouette. A really nice heifer that is very youthful and fresh. The heifer that comes third is one that's really bold in terms of her body and maybe has an advantage in that area over the heifer directly in front of her, just in terms of her depth of flank and body. A heifer that you like in that area. Just doesn't bring quite the elite package from a profile as the two cattle ahead of her. Really nice class to start off our show.
And placings in Class 12 over in your Maine Angus female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 9068, Cloburn's Annie LU, exhibited by Cabra Cook of Clovis, California. And second place goes to entry number 201, JPL Lucky Ladies Trust, exhibited by Jordan Chant of DeWitt, Michigan. And third place in that class goes to entry number 200, Daps Rackles Honor, exhibited by Drake Penrod of Jonesboro, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now making their way in the ring is Class 13 Maine Angus heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from March 2nd through March 1st of 2025.
Another really high quality class here as we bring this pair in, and certainly a heifer that starts off and just commands your attention in terms of her performance and her body and her overall dimension. A heifer that hits the surface with a big foot that's really soft and sound as she goes. A heifer that you like in all those areas. I'd like to maybe knead her up, make her a little neater up through her jaw and down through her chest. at this stage of her life, but man, she makes up for it from her shoulder back in terms of her just sheer power and dimension and practicality. A really nice heifer that's so fundamentally correct in terms of her structural soundness. The heifer that comes in second certainly is a little bit more extended up through her front end. You can like her down through her jawline and her chest in the silhouette that she paints. One that's really long in terms of her body length and her spine, and still collects her structure fairly well. As we study her just in terms of her body shape and her pin width and overall dimension, she just gives up too much to our class winner. Nice class of heifers.
And placings in Class 13 over in your Maine Angus female show. First place goes to entry number 203, BTLR TSSC First Lady, exhibited by Maddie Smith of Athens, Texas. And second place in Class 13 goes to entry number 204, PRES Miley's Prime, exhibited by Barrett Ward of Greens Fork, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 14 Maine Angus heifers. And your grand champion Kenia female here at the 2025 North American will go to entry number 205, BMW Dolly 502M, exhibited by Jackson Stevens of Oakwood, Indiana. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion Kenia female will go to entry number 95, BMW Dolly 206M, exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors.
Over here in the Maine Angus ring, I think certainly a nice way to start this class, and a heifer that's fairly logical from the standpoint that she's a heifer that brings a tremendous amount of practicality and function in terms of her skeletal build and structural correctness, and then also ties that in with being the stoutest and most dimensional in the way that she puts things together. Starting at the ground in terms of her foot size and bone work and working her way up, she's a heifer that's tremendously bold in terms of her body shape and one that you get in behind and has a lot of dimension. She maybe could be a little bit trimmer in the way that she ties her chest into her body cavity at this stage of her game, but I think a heifer that brings a lot of good and is very logical within this class. As we get into the next two cattle in the division or in the class here, some subtle differences between them, and probably for me the one thing that really sorts this pair is just the reach out of the front end of the heifer that falls in second. I think as she goes, she's more laid back in her shoulder angle. She reaches a little bit more effortlessly as she goes out of her front end structure, and then she combines that with being a big-bodied, dimensional kind of a heifer. I'd certainly like to change her in the way she blends all of her parts together, maybe make her just a little bit better in terms of her pin setting, but I think here within the pair, her function and the way that she uses her feet and legs allows her to sort within this second place hole. The heifer that comes in third is probably the one that's probably the most elegant up through her front end in the way that her skull attaches to her neck and down into her chest. She's really good in her top line, and she's probably a little better in terms of her pin setting than the heifer that follows right in front of her. I'd just like to lay her back in her shoulder angle, allow her to be a little bit looser in the way that she goes in that regard. Maybe you could give her a little more genuine body shape from the side if we're going to get real picky on her, but a really nice heifer that falls in third. The heifer in fourth, young man, is doing an exceptional job in terms of getting her shown. I like this heifer in terms of her feet and legs and her structure, and she probably has a slight advantage over the heifer in third in that area as we study her up through her front end. She just gets a little bit flatter in the way she's made, probably doesn't have as much dimension, and you study her up through her neck and chest and maybe isn't quite as elite as a couple of the cattle ahead of him. Man, this young man can get her shown though, and he's doing a great job. My compliments to the exhibitors on a nice class.
And your grand champion Bred-and-owned Kenia female will go to entry number 1, WRA 48 Ace, exhibited by Luke Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Congratulations to that exhibitor. And your reserve grand champion Bred-and-owned Kenia female will go to entry number 44, MIL Nugget, exhibited by Dylan Miller of Galveston, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those Bred-and-owned exhibitors. And first place in Class 16 Kenia cow-calf pairs and automatic grand champion cow-calf pair here at the North American will go to entry number 103, Ardridge Luna, exhibited by Drew Diehouse of Brodhead, Kentucky. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We will be taking a short picture break of your Kenia champions, and then we'll be moving into our Key Angus female show here in Broadbent. Again, we'll take a short picture break and then be moving into Class 17 Key Angus females.
Well, incredible pair of heifers here within this class, and I think that they both offer some elite quality. As we get into them, though, the sheer dimension and mass of the heifer that starts the class is one that is just one I gravitate towards. As I study her from the ground, I think that she's a lot bigger in terms of her foot size, and I like the shape that she comes down and meets the surface with in terms of her foot and bone. She's a heifer that I really like in terms of her overwhelming mass of body and dimension, and I think that all starts as we study her up through her chest. The way that she lays into her shoulder and her forearm, I think she just allows her to open up bolder in terms of her rib cage in that area. A heifer that's really wide in her pin setting. Is she maybe as neat up and through her, right in through her jawline and down into her chest as the heifer that comes in second? No, but I think it all matches in a heifer that's just so bold and true in terms of her stoutness and feature from the ground on up. I'd maybe like to trim her up just ever so slightly at this stage in the game, but a really high quality heifer. The heifer that comes in second, I really like a lot of things about. You love her in terms of her top line, her length of hip, the way that she uses her hind leg is exceptional. Like I mentioned, she maybe doesn't open up quite as bold in terms of her chest floor, her forearm, and maybe isn't quite as stout at the surface in terms of her footwork. But when you get off her from the side, she offers a really elite look in terms of her balance. Really high quality pair of cattle within that class.
And placings in Class 14 over in your main Angus female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 209, TCJ Buttons, exhibited by Logan Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. And second place in Class 14 goes to entry number 210, Dice Miss Deborah, exhibited by Brigham Yardy of Garrett, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 206, SFFC Hunt Blackcap, exhibited by Grace Schutz of Greensburg, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry number 211, CGRG 803F Flower, exhibited by Clay Green of Hodgensville, Kentucky. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And first place in Class 15 in your main Angus show goes to entry number 212, POAK-RJ Lizzo, exhibited by Oakley Plump of Mitchell, South Dakota. And second place goes to entry number 213, Folk RJ Queen, exhibited by Riz Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now be selecting your Maine Angus Division I Champion Junior Heifer Calf.
Well, a really good start to our division out here within the Maine Angus section, and certainly an incredible set of cattle out here in front of us, and each one of these classes brought a representative that obviously are hard to make and offer a sheer amount of quality, and I commend the exhibitors for their excellent preparation in terms of presenting these cattle at a young age. I think as we get back out here, there's a pair of them that hit me within the class is the ones that bring a lot of quality to the table. One was just a little bit stouter in terms of her bone work and her foot size and her overall dimension, and the other one gives you a really good read in terms of her skeleton and overall quality from that regard. Not to take anything away from any of these cattle here within the division drive in terms of their quality. Obviously, a tremendous set of cattle. For me, the two heifers out of the last class within this division will be your champion and reserve. Congratulations.
And your Maine Angus Division I champion junior heifer calf will go to entry number 212, Poke J.R. Lizzo, exhibited by Oakland Plamp of Mitchell, South Dakota. And your reserve division champion will go to entry number 213, Poke R.J. Queen, exhibited by Reese Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. And your Bred-and-owned automatic champion will also go to 212, exhibited by Oakland Plamp of Mitchell, South Dakota. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for Class 16 Maine Angus females. Again, we're ready for Class 16 Maine Angus females.
Well, obviously a single entry here as we bring her out, but one that offers immense amount of quality as you study her. One that's so neat in terms of her skeletal makeup and the way that she presents herself from the side. Really up-fronted heifer that's really neat in the way that she ties her neck into her shoulder and down into her chest, yet opens so bold and expansive into her center body and rib cage. She's one that hits the surface extremely comfortable in terms of her flexibility, and I like the way that she gets out and goes. A heifer that just brings a lot of good to the table, and will be fun to see how she stacks up when we get her back out here with some more cattle. Congratulations on a really nice female.
And first place in Class 16 in your Maine Angus female show goes to entry number 214, MINN My Oh My, exhibited by Avery Says of Coal Valley, Illinois. Congratulations. And now entering is Class 17 in your Maine Angus female show. Again, entering now is Class 17 Maine Angus females. Would like to take this time to introduce your Maine-Anjou Junior Board helping us out here in the green shavings today. We do have Carly Scheinfeld from Florida, Kendall Linhard from Indiana, Kelton Arthur from Oklahoma, and Emma Yoakum from Ohio. We do appreciate all their help here in the ring with us today here on the green shavings. We also want to introduce our Maine-Anjou Queen, Miss Emma McLean from Oklahoma, and our princesses here with us today, Miss Hadley Brown from Iowa and Allie Enlow from Oklahoma. If you could join me in giving all these folks a big round of applause for helping us here on the green shavings. Again, we would like to take this time to introduce our live coverage here in the North American. We are being broadcast live on the internet by Ringside Live. If you have anybody there at home that could not make it out to the North American here this year, they are more than welcome to tune in there at Ringside Live and watch the shows here in Louisville, Kentucky this week. So if you do, tell them to log in there in Ringside Live. We sure do appreciate those folks here being with us here today.
two really good cattle here within this pair, and certainly where you'd like to fix one, the other one kind of complements her, and vice versa. They're both just a little different in their kind, but they're both very, very high quality. The heifer that I'm going to go ahead and start with, I think for me, as I study her from the ground up, she's a little bigger in terms of her foot size. I like the way that she's a little more laid back in her shoulder angle down to her knee. She's a heifer that really opens up, so expansive in terms of her forerib and the way that she has so much turn to her body and depth. And I think that's probably one advantage that she has over the heifer in second. You get her out on the move and she's a heifer that really reaches and goes good. I'd like to maybe just square her up and make her a little more genuine. You get right in behind her in terms of her pin setting, maybe freshen her up just a notch as we study her down into the base of her chest, but a really high quality female. The heifer that comes in second, certainly as we study her on a front three-quarter view, I think she's a little bit more genuine just in her overall width as you study her right through the base of her chest, down into her forearm. You read her back over her back into her pin placement. I think she's probably got a little more true power in when we study her in that regard. As I look at this heifer and from the silhouette, I'd like to give her just a little more depth to the center portion of her body. I'd like to stouten her up just a little bit in terms of her foot size, but a really high quality heifer. That's splitting hairs on two females that are really nice, and my compliments to the exhibitors on the presentation of those two cattle.
And first place in Class 17 over in your Maine Angus female show goes to entry at number 216, J. Last Queen Ruth, exhibited by Grayson Bletcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. And second place in that class goes to entry number 215, Cohen's Annie, exhibited by Harper Henry of Anglo, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready to select your Maine Angus Division II champion fall heifer calf. And we are ready for Class 17 Key Angus females. Again, we're ready for Class 17 Key Angus females here in Broadbent Arena.
As we get out in this division, I think all three of these cattle represent immense quality, even though there weren't a lot of numbers. I'd say that if we added more into the equation, it was these three would all still be right in the mix, because I think they bring a lot of quality to the table. As we get in here and study them, I know that our first class winner here out of this division didn't have anything else in there, and so it brings you into a position where you can kind of compare and contrast a little bit more, and I think this heifer brings some really elite pieces to the table in terms of the way her skull shape and her neck and down into her chest ties into such a big, bold, expansive forerib. She's a heifer that's really good in terms of her top line. I think she might have a slight advantage in terms of her pin width and the way that she handles her pin setting just a little bit on the move in relation to the heifer right behind her, a heifer that gives you such a neat look from the side. As we study her in relation to the heifer behind her, we might intensify her just a little bit bigger in terms of her foot size, but a heifer that brings a lot of neat pieces to the table. The heifer that wins the class right behind her, we just talked, one that has such a maternal look to her in terms of her body shape, a heifer that's so good in terms of the way she ties those things together and blends her parts. Is she quite as neat and high tying as the heifer right in front of her? Probably not. She's maybe not quite as wide in terms of her pin setting. When we study her at the ground, I like her in terms of her foot size and durability there. A heifer that's just really got a lot of quality as well. I think it becomes close. Certainly a heifer that was in second that was very close in that pair, a tough class there to come through. For me, there's one that maybe just is a little bit more elite in terms of the way she's sharper and the way she ties her pieces together. The heifer out of the first class will be your champion. We'll follow with the heifer directly in front of me as reserve. Congratulations.
And first place in Class 17 over in your Key Angus female show goes to entry number 143, HR Phantom 602N, exhibited by Luke Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Congratulations. And second place in that class will go to entry number 144, RSRS Bucket of Diamonds, exhibited by Esley Knoll of Lafayette, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 18 Key Angus females. And first place in Class 18 Key Angus females goes to entry number 160, SRR Miss Sally, 519N, exhibited by Henry Michael of Fort Branch, Indiana. Congratulations. We're now ready to select your champion late junior heifer calf champion. And over in your Maine Angus Division 2, your Division 2 champion fall heifer will go to entry number 214, exhibited by Avery Says of Coal Valley, Illinois. And your reserve Division 2 champion will go to entry number 216, exhibited by Grayson Bletcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. Now in the ring is Class 18 Maine Angus Summer Yearling heifers.
Well, a really nice class, which actually is ultimately our division champion and reserve here within this division, and certainly awful high quality pair of cattle out here. And they're both different a little bit in their outright, or in their own right. For me, the heifer that I'm going to go ahead and use, I think, just ties everything together just a little more eloquently. From the start, as the way she ties her head into her neck and her neck into her shoulder, I think this heifer's a little fresher down in through her chest and right over her shoulder blade. As we study her in her condition, she's a heifer that really is good as we study her in her top line. The way she connects out of the backside of her blade and carries that all the way to her pin setting, just never deviates anywhere in that regard, and one that's so good in terms of her body shape when you get right off to the side of her, and proportions so good. When we ask her to go, this heifer really can grab another gear and move extremely good for me, and I like that about her. If we're going to get critical of her, I'd like to intensify her just a little bit in her foot size and her bone work, and I think that's where the heifer right behind her has an advantage if you want to talk about that. But a really high quality heifer to go ahead and lead off. The heifer that finds herself in reserve in this division, obviously no slouch in terms of quality. You talk about this one in terms of her genuine power, and you study her at the ground in terms of her foot size and her bone work and her density. I love that about her. She's a really big centered kind of a heifer that's wide in terms of her pin setting when you get in right behind her. A heifer that is so good in terms of her overall power. As I study her, I don't think she's quite as neat as she ties her head into her neck. I think she gets a little bolder right into the center portion of her shoulder. A little bit of that is due to her just maybe being a little bit further along in her conditioner as you read her down into her chest. And as we study her in her top line, maybe just gets a little bit more deviation in her spine from her shoulder blade to her pin bones. But man, you talk about one that can get out and go for one that's this stout. I love her feature. I love how powerful and progressive she is when you get behind her. Just an outstanding female. Really good pair of heifers here within this division. My compliments to the exhibitors.
And catching you up over in your Key Angus female show, your champion, late junior heifer calf champion, will go to entry number 143, exhibited by Luke Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. And your reserved late junior heifer calf will go to entry number 144, exhibited by Esley Noah of Lafayette, Indiana. And first place in Class 19 goes to entry number 146, Ben Finessa's Asa, exhibited by Bella Bennett of Knox, Indiana. Congratulations. Now in the ring is Class 20 Key Angus females. And placings in Class 18 Maine-Anjou females are as followed. First place goes in entry 221 LDSC Black Cap 486M, exhibited by Asher Short of Masonville, Iowa. And second place in that class goes entry number 219 JLAS WEIS Queen Ruth, exhibited by Cade Rader of Aldo, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And those entries will be automatic champion, Division III champion, and reserve champion. Now entering the ring is Class 19, Maine-Anjou late spring yearling heifers.
Well, a really nice class over here, and all the way through the end of it, I think we bring some cattle to us that just really exemplify some quality that we expect to find, and obviously we're going to sort through here and make some differences within the class, but really a high quality group of cattle. The one that I'm going to go ahead and start for here is one that just, for me, just finds herself more comfortable in the way that she puts everything together in her skeleton. I love the freshness that she exemplifies up through her front end and her skull and down into her chest and reads over her blade. She's a heifer that is so good in terms of her body, but what really does it for me is when we get her out here on the move, this heifer just really gets out and goes and hits herself, or is more athletic in terms of the way that she moves. I really like that about her. A heifer that's so bold and expansive, just one that brings a lot of good to the table. The heifer in second certainly is one that you like from a position as she stands here in terms of her body depth and her extra dimension and the way that she uses her hip and hind leg. She's so long in terms of her hip design, and I like that about her. As I study her in relation to the heifer right in front of her, she's got a little more chest. She's a little further along in her condition. I'd like to trim her up in those areas, but man, that's a really high quality female from her shoulder back in terms of her spine, her length of hip, and the way that she goes. That probably allows her to find herself in the second hole as we study that pair of cattle that come in second and third. A really high-performing, big-bodied, dimensional kind of a female that comes next and third, and one that you can like a lot of things about from her foot size to her bone work and her overall dimension. We get her out here and go, I'd like to just collect her a little better in her hind leg as she gets, as you study her from behind. A heifer that maybe we'd like to trim up in her condition everywhere, but a female that brings a lot of stoutness and productivity to the table and is just really genuine in terms of her body. The heifer that comes next is one that maybe in the four of them just needs to be a little looser in terms of her structure and her skeletal design, but she's a heifer that gives you a great look of quality when she stops on the standstill. She's a heifer that's good in terms of her top line and wide in terms of her pin setting, has some dimension. I just like to loosen her up a little bit. Really high quality class of cattle within that particular class.
And placings in Class 19 over in your main Angus show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 222, Cohen's Contesta, exhibited by Kinsley Moore of Oak Harbor, Ohio. And second place in that class goes to entry number 228, TJSC Phyllis 400M, exhibited by Colin Frederick of Napoleon, Ohio. And third place in that class goes entry number 224, Campbell Go Queen 2401M, exhibited by Whitley Emmering of South Vienna, Ohio. And fourth place goes entry number 223, LNGE TSSC Moxie's All, exhibited by Eva Innens of Martinsville, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 20 Maine Angus females.
Attractive enough up front. Wants to get just a shot up
another high quality class over here in our Maine Angus ring, and I think a heifer that finds herself logically to the start here in our class winner, one that's just a little more eloquent as we study her up through her head and how she attaches that into her neck and chest, a heifer that lays in a little neater into her shoulder. As I study her, I like her in terms of her length of hip and the way she uses her hind leg from a standpoint of reach on the side as she goes. Just a really nice heifer to start the class with. I'd like to maybe make her just a little bolder in her forerib, maybe open her up just a little bit when you get right in behind her in her pin setting, but a nice heifer here within this drive. The heifer that comes in second is one that's still pretty good in terms of her structure. I like this heifer from her shoulder back in terms of her body, her length of hip, her squareness of pins. We get up into her front 1/3, and I think she just lacks a little quality as we study her in her skull shape, her jawline, and down into her chest, but a really nice heifer. Young man, you've done a great job in presenting. The heifer that comes next in the lineup is one that is really good in terms of her depth of body. She's a long-hipped kind of a heifer that's square in terms of her pin setting. I'd like to stouten her up at the ground in terms of her feet and her bone work, maybe make her a little looser in terms of her structure as we study her on the move. A nice class of heifers, though. My compliments to the exhibitors.
And catching you up over in your Key Angus female show, first place in Class 20 goes to entry number 148, FLN Nelly, exhibited by Macy Clark Ledford of Franklin, North Carolina. Second place in Class 20 goes to entry number 149, Sexy Tiara RSRS, exhibited by Michaela Stevens of Terre Haute, Indiana. And your champion early junior heifer calf will go to entry number 146, exhibited by Bella Bennett of Knox, Indiana. And your reserve division junior heifer calf will go to entry number 148, exhibited by Macy Clark Ledford of Franklin, North Carolina. And first place in Class 21 in automatic champion senior heifer calf goes to entry number 152, Ardridge Jasmine, 2454, exhibited by Kat Branscombe of Nancy, Kentucky. And first place in Class 22 in automatic division champion goes entry number 155, Cord Diamond 402M, exhibited by Dustin Branner Jr. of Savannah, Georgia. Congratulations. And first place in Class 23 over in your Key Angus female show, an automatic champion late spring yearling female, goes to entry number 157, Cord Diamond 403M, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 24 Key Angus females. And placings in Class 20 over in your Maine Angus show goes first place goes entry number 229, CPC My Maria, exhibited by Kaylee Hoker of Charlotte, Iowa. And second place in that class goes entry number 230, KRE Lady Kate, exhibited by Colby Campbell of Chandlersville, Ohio. And third place goes entry number 231, Seldom Rest Bardot, exhibited by Cameron Mix of Clover, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for Class 21 Maine Angus Junior Yearling Heifers to enter the ring. And over in your Key Angus show, placings in Class 24 and automatic early spring yearling champion female will go to entry number 158, Hig Kelly 403M, exhibited by Tegan Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. And champion will go to entry number 159, EGY Mandy's Encore, exhibited by Emma Yoakum of Hillsboro, Ohio. And second place and reserve will go to entry number 158, exhibited by Tegan Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. And placings in Class 25, first place goes to entry number 163, EGY Diamond Queen, exhibited by Mackenzie Neal of Lewisburg, Ohio. And second place in Class 25 goes to entry number 162, KCH Kiki, exhibited by Cole Langston of Huntington, Indiana. Now in the ring is Class 26 Key Angus females.
Well, a really nice class over here on our Maine Angus side once again, and I think a top pair of cattle here that give you some trade-offs and where you want to set your priorities, and honestly, there's some give and take in here in the pair for me. I'll just describe what I see and where I came to where my final decision was. The young lady's heifer directly in front of me. Obviously, when you get off her from the side, her silhouette is incredible in terms of how high tying she is up through her front end, the way that she lays into her shoulder blade, her strength of top back into to her pin setting, the sweep to her body and underline, and then you meet her at the ground, and I think she's a little bigger in terms of her foot size, and I like her when we get her out here on the move in terms of her comfort level and her ability to kind of catch another gear and go. For me, the question in the pair lies in where you want to talk mature size. I think this heifer for me is getting just borderline on that edge of maybe being a little bigger than I totally like. And when you study this heifer in terms of her dimension, you read her in through her chest floor and the way that she opens up. I just would like to maybe moderate her just a scotch and open her up just a little bit all the way through her skeleton. But when you get her out here from the side profile and her extra skeletal design and balance and look and the way that she uses her, she can tie her neck and uses her shoulder and front end, I think she's the place that we have to land within this class. Certainly, I love the moderation of frame, the extra body density, and overall power that the heifer brings that comes in second. For me, as we study her, I'd like to maybe crank her up in the way she ties her neck into the top of her shoulder blade. She gets a little bit deeper in her chest, and her whole shoulder angle, I just would like to change a little bit. As you study her in her front three-quarter view, she gets a little broad in terms of the center portion of her shoulder blade. She wants to open up in her chest floor just a little bit, and on the move, I think subsequently she doesn't get out there and just want to grab a gear and go, and for me, that was the difference within that pair. Certainly, like I said, I love her genuine build in terms of her body shape, her moderation, and her density. And width. I think that heifer brings a lot to the table from her shoulder back. Just like to change her in the way that she compiles all that up front just a notch more and allow her to be more athletic. The heifer that comes in third is one that gives you a really nice look in terms of her look up front, her strength of top, her length of hip, and all those things that she ties together as we talk about her in relation to the two cattle in front of her. I don't think she brings quite as elite look as our class winner. I don't think she's as dimensional as the one that comes in second, but she finds herself logically right there in that third hole. The heifer that comes next is one that's really high-performing, dense kind of a female that's really powerful in her own right. She just gets a little plainer up through her neck and chest. A heifer that's got a little more condition, maybe just a little bit rounder in terms of her pin setting, but man, that's one that's got a lot of dimension and power. A really good class of heifers all the way through. My compliments to the exhibitors. Well, another incredible division as we get out here, and I'll take just a minute to describe what I've seen in our three class winners as we select our champion. I think obviously a very competitive drive, and yet we get out here and the heifer that wins the first class, I think she really combines a neat complement of one that can really look like she comes with some density and power and extremely high quality in terms of her skeletal build, and yet still gives you a show heifer look. I love the moderation of size and their feet and legs, and the way that she can use all those things together makes her so genuine. She's a heifer that, as we study her here within the lineup, maybe isn't the tallest fronted and the most laid, the neatest into the center part of her shoulder, but I think that all kind of transpires into the way that she can get out and go out of her front end structure so good, how bold she is in her center body. You get in behind her and she's got an extreme amount of dimension for one that can motor like that. The heifer that wins the next class is one that I really like in terms of her look from the side. She's really a neat fronted heifer that's really big in terms of her center body, a heifer that's long in terms of her hip design. As we study her in terms of just sheer quality in relation to the two cattle on each side, I don't know if she brings the extras that maybe they do as you study her in the way she ties her neck into her shoulder, how she gets a little bit flatter right in through her forerib, but a heifer that still brings a lot of quality. Young man does a great job in presenting. The heifer that just won that last class we just got done talking about, here's the high tying, tall fronted heifer that's really good in terms of her spine and her top length, really long in terms of her hip design, gives you an incredible side profile when you get her out here. And just gives you a great look. I like her in terms of her structure. We talked about her in that class just being on the verge for me in terms of her mature size and maybe how much density she has in terms of her chest width and overall dimension when you get right in behind her. But man, you talk about one that points a really neat picture. Is so good in terms of her build, and this young lady does an incredible job of sticking with her. Not the easiest heifer to show, and she always has her on point. A lot of that's because of the cattle and how she's put together in terms of her look. Obviously, a really good division. There's some seconds in here that, depending on which way we go, certainly play right in the mix as well. With that said, though, there's one heifer to me that just really is kind of my speed in terms of one that can make a show heifer look and still has those generating traits in terms of moderation and power and density and extra dimension with an incredible running gear. The heifer out of the first class down here will be your division champion. Congratulations. As we roll the heifer second, that was second in class to her, really similar in terms of just one that is moderate in terms of her frame size, huge in terms of her center body, a heifer that's so bold in terms of her dimension and still gets out and moves really well. As we studied her in class, I don't know that maybe she was quite as neat up through her front end. I'd like to trim her up in terms of her chest just a little bit, maybe intensify her in terms of her foot size, but a really nice heifer that obviously becomes extremely competitive within this lineup and becomes right in the mix. I'm going to take one more look and we'll get you a reserve. Please join me in giving them a huge round of applause on an excellent division.
And your Maine Angus Division 4 champion spring yearling heifer will go to entry number 222, Conway's Contesta, exhibited by Kinsley Moore of Oak Harbor, Ohio. Congratulations. And over in your King Angus female show, your champion junior yearling female will go to entry number 165, BMW Why Not 125M, exhibited by Samantha Van Horst of Bowling Green, Ohio. And your reserve junior yearling female will go to entry number 163, EGY Diamond Queen, exhibited by Mackenzie Neal of Lewisburg, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now ready to select your grand champion King Angus female here at the North American. And your grand champion Key Angus female here at the 2025 North American will go to entry number 165, BM Why Not, exhibited by Samantha Van Horst of Bowling Green, Ohio. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion Key Angus female will go to entry number 157, Core Diamond 403M, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those Key Angus exhibitors. And over in your Maine Angus side, your Reserve Division 4 champion Spring Yearling Heifer will go to entry number 235, Poke Queen M240, exhibited by Carter Corgay of Tulsa, Oklahoma. We're now ready to select your Grand Champion Maine Angus Heifer here in Broadbent Arena. Again, we're ready to select your Grand Champion Maine Angus Heifer. And your grand champion Bred-and-owned Key Angus female will go to entry number Again, your grand champion Bred-and-owned Key Angus female will go to entry number 159, EGY Mandy's Encore, exhibited by Emma Yoakum of Hillsboro, Ohio. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion Bred-and-owned female will go to entry number 146, Ben Finesse's Aza, exhibited by Bella Bennett of Knox, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those Key Angus exhibitors. We will take a short photo break, and then we'll be moving on to Class 27 Key Composite Females. Again, we will take a short photo break, and then we'll move on to Class 27 Key Composite Females.
Well, I apologize for taking a little more time here as we get out here and select our champion Maine Angus female, but I think it's probably a compliment to the exhibitors in the fact that I think this division, just like I said in the high mains, is very, very competitive all the way through. And you look out here and it's humbling to see this many good cattle shown before you when you're a show judge and you're getting to evaluate them. And I take the responsibility pretty heavily because I know what it takes to present them at this high of a level and how much you guys have invested in this moment. And so I really want to get it right. And I'll be real honest with you. When you get out here in this division, I don't know that there's just 100% dead set in my mind what the perfect way is to go, because I think there's all of these cattle bring some really neat things to the table, and each one of them uniquely kind of has a little different thing that they bring to the table within the division drive. And so I'm going to go through and spend a little time explaining to you what I saw, just because I think it's only fair that you hear what my thought process was. Starting with our first class winner down here, I think this one has a really bright future ahead of her. When you start at the surface, there's not another one in here that really exemplifies the kind of feet and foot size and structure that this heifer has underneath her. And for one that is that neat up through her front end and so bold in terms of her center body, one that just really has a really neat look to her and some unique pieces when we study her in that regard. As we get her out here in the lineup and we want to get really picky on her, I might change her just a little bit in terms of her pin setting as she gets out here on the move, maybe just square her up and pick them up just ever so slightly. But man, that's a high quality heifer that's got a really neat future ahead of her. The heifer that comes out of the second class, when we start talking about one that's really eloquent in the way she ties her front end together, she's so high tying, really good in her chest and so bold in terms of her body shape. she's one that's really good in terms of her top line and her length of hip, and you get her out here on the move, and you like a lot of things about her in that regard. Really bold-bodied, maybe not as stout in terms of her foot and bone as a couple of them out here, but man, that one puts such a neat picture together and still puts a really high degree of quality in terms of her skeletal makeup and how she blends all her pieces together and gives you a great look. The heifer that comes out of the third division, man, I really like this one just in terms of her fundamentals and her practicality. When you study this one in terms of her structure and the way she gets out and goes, one that's so bold in terms of her body shape and proportional in terms of her look from the side. She's a heifer that I really like in terms of her pin setting. The way that she uses that in her hock and her hind leg when she gets out here is really extraordinary. She maybe isn't quite as sharp and neat as a couple of them up right through her front end, but man, she's plenty good enough for me in those areas, and everything just kind of fits together, and I love that about her. The heifer that comes out of the next division that we just got done talking, I alluded to the fact that I think this one has a really neat look of moderation and power along with an extreme amount of quality and structure, integrity. A heifer that looks like she's going to be a generator as she goes forward. I just love the look that she gives you from a standpoint of going on and progressing. As we study her out here, the way that she ties her neck into her shoulder, maybe just gets a little bolder right in the center of it. Maybe her hip isn't quite as long and square as a couple of them, but man, she brings some things to the table in terms of extras from structure and dimension and power in a moderate frame package that still has a great show heifer look to her. So as you can tell, there's a lot of different directions in my mind that we can go. I'm going to take one more quick look at them. Certainly the heifers that were second within those divisions could come into play here as we get our champion, a really good division. I'll take one more look and get you a champion, and then we'll come back and study them for a reserve. Once again, if you'll join me in congratulating all these exhibitors, an incredible drive out here as we sort through them.
And your grand champion, Maine Angus heifer here at the North American, goes to entry number 221, LDSC Black Cap 486M, exhibited by Asher Short of Masonville, Iowa. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion will go to entry number 214, Mini My Oh My, exhibited by Avery Saez of Coal Valley, Illinois. Congratulations to those Maine Angus exhibitors. We will now be selecting your grand champion, Bred-and-owned Maine Angus heifer. Again, we are taking a short photo break at the backdrop, and then we'll be ready for Class 22 MaineTainer heifers and Class 27 key composite females.
Well, a nice way to start off our MaineTainer division, and I think the heifer that we lead off with is a nice blend of performance with quality and still one that is really good in terms of her skeletal build. I really like this heifer when she stands here on the profile in terms of just her extra extension up front, the way she opens up into a big center body, and a heifer that can get out and go and is really good in terms of her feet and leg structure. Just a really nice place to start the class. The young man's heifer that comes in second is one that obviously is a little smaller out here within this class, but one that I really like in terms of her overall quality. You talk about one that's really good in terms of her foot size, her feet and legs, and the way that she uses them. She gives you a good look up front, and she's one that's really proportional in terms of her body length, one that's really good in her center body. Just gives up a little performance out here within this particular class, but a nice heifer. The young lady's heifer that comes third is certainly a little bit bigger in terms of her scale and outline. She's a heifer that's extended up through her front end and really good in her top line and out through her hip and hind leg. I'd like to maybe lay her back in her shoulder angle just a little bit, allow her to go and have a little more reach out of her front end, and a heifer that maybe could just be a little more genuine in the shape to her rib cage, but a heifer that brings a lot of nice things to the table. The heifer that comes next is one that I just like to change in terms of her structure just a little bit, one that gets a little bit more tentative off both ends of her skeleton, but one that gives you a nice look and has got some body and real level down her top line. Young man's heifer that comes next maybe is just a little bit better in terms of her movement, gets a little bit frailer in terms of her foot and bone work, a heifer that maybe gets a little bit off in terms of her hip design. We'd like to change those things about her within this particular drive. The young lady's heifer that comes next is one that's really big-footed and stout bone, one that just we need to change in terms of her spine and the way that she kind of connects everything together, a little tighter hearted, a little bit higher in her flank, but a heifer that gives a good look. Young lady does a really good job in terms of getting her shown. And then we wound up with a heifer that's really tall-fronted and neat up through her front end and good in her top line. We just need to change this one in terms of her structure off both ends and give her a little bit more body, but a nice heifer to round up the class.
And placings in Class 22 over in your MaineTainer heifer show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 197, BJSC Take McRae, exhibited by Greta Watterson of West Columbia, West Virginia. Second place goes to entry number 82, WRA 48 Ace, exhibited by Luke Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Third place goes to entry number 84, RFL Lucky Charm, exhibited by Reagan Furries of Whiteland, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry number 88, BMP Pinky Promise, exhibited by Mia K. Shelton of Rockport, Indiana. Fifth place goes to entry number 86, exhibited by Kirsten Butcher of Mount Vernon, Ohio. Sixth place goes to entry number 87, exhibited by Taylor Perrin of Felicity, Ohio. And seventh place goes to entry number 85, exhibited by Taylor Poff of Chardon, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And placings in class number 27 over in your key composite female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 172, TSSC ETL Playing Games, exhibited by Gabrielle Cragen of Martinsville, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 170, HFC Lucy, exhibited by Brianna Fox of Hillsboro, Ohio. Third place goes to entry number 174, BC2 Sunny, 21N, exhibited by Riley Moon of Comer, Georgia. And fourth place goes to entry number 169, SNS Trading Places, exhibited by Luke Short of Taylorsville, Illinois. And fifth place goes to entry number 171, exhibited by Avery Winshire of Tarflaga, Indiana. Sixth place goes to entry number 10, exhibited by Josie Ritter of Beamer, Nebraska. And seventh place goes to entry number 167, exhibited by Elizabeth Bach of Hicksville, Ohio. Eighth place in that class goes to entry number 175, exhibited by Lizzie Schaefer of Oaken, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for class 28 key composite females. Their date of birth ranges from March 8th through March 6th of 2025. And first place in class 28 goes to entry number 25, CLS First Class Lady, exhibited by Catherine Schwartz of Kenton, Ohio. Please note entry number 181 and 177 were scratches. We're now ready to select your champion late junior heifer calf. And your champion late junior heifer calf over in your key composite female show goes to entry number 172, TSSCETL Playing Games, exhibited by Gabrielle Cregan of Martinsville, Indiana. And your reserve late junior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 170, HFC Lucy, exhibited by Brianna Fox of Hillsboro, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for Class 29 key composite females. These heifers' date of birth range from February 25th through February 2nd of 2025. And over in your MaineTainer female show, we are ready for Class 23 MaineTainer heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from April 27th through April 3rd of 2025.
Nice class of heifers and a nice pair to start off this class. I think the one that wins does so just because she has a little bit more of a maternal look to me as we get her out here. A female that really kind of blends her pieces together just a little better, and I like her as we study her from her shoulder back in terms of the way she lays down into her heart and progressively gets deeper back to her flank. She's a bit longer in terms of her hip design and squarer in her pin setting. I like the way she sits down on her hind leg. She maybe wants to tie a little low up front, maybe doesn't want to just crank her head up there, and so at times she'll look a little bit like she's running downhill, but when she gets it kind of gathered, I think she gives you a really nice look from the side. Just a real good place to start. Young man's heifer here in second certainly ties a little higher in the way she wants to hold her head and gather it at the top side of her blade. She's a heifer that's really dimensional and got a lot of shape when you get in behind her. For me, when we get her off to the side, I just don't think she balances and puts everything together quite as neat as the heifer that starts the class. She wants to kind of come up in her flank just a little bit, get a little shorter in terms of her hip design, but a heifer that's got some neat pieces. The heifer that follows in third is one that's really loose in her construction and the way that she uses her hind leg. She's really athletic, and the way that she gets out and goes off both ends of her skeleton just kind of doesn't tie everything together, and is a elite package as you steady her up through her front end, the way that she collects her top line and back over her loin, but a heifer that still has some functionality, and you really like those things about her. A nice heifer that comes next just lacks a little bit in terms of her performance. A heifer that maybe isn't as stout in terms of her bone work, needs a little bit more body, but one that's sound in terms of her structure, and that allows her to fall ahead of these next two within this particular drive. A really stout silver heifer that's dimensional in terms of her muscle and her power and her body. Just need to change her in terms of her structure, allow her to go better off both ends of her skeleton. Likewise with the heifer that follows her, a female that has some good in terms of her body shape and her dimension, just needs to be better on both ends of her skeleton.
And placings in Class 29 over in your key composite female show are as followed. First place goes into number 184, NSSC Miley, 76N, exhibited by McCoy Kilman of Lima, Ohio. Second place goes inch number 187, Winslow Memphis Girl, exhibited by Paisley Mumford of Dayton, Pennsylvania. And third place in that class goes to inch number 188, BC2 Cherry Coke, exhibited by Kira Moore of Oak Harbor, Ohio. And fourth place in that class goes inch number 185, FEN Pearl 23M, exhibited by Naomi Finning of Coldwater, Ohio. Fifth place in that class goes in entry number 182, exhibited by Gracie Fletcher of McAlpin, Florida. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 30 over in your key composite female show. And please note, entry number 177 was moved to this class. Again, entry number 177 is now in Class 30. And over in your MaineTainer show, placings in Class 23 are as followed. First place goes entry number 94, TSSC ETL Playing Games, exhibited by Gabrielle Cregan of Martinsville, Indiana. Second place in that class goes entry number 90, BRUT Harmony, exhibited by Blake DeHaven of Parker City, Indiana. Third place goes entry number 93, MJCC Neva, exhibited by Mason Joloff of Kenton, Ohio. Fourth place goes entry number 91, Miss Patsy, exhibited by Sadie Holler of Hintonville, Indiana. Fifth place in that class goes entry number 97, exhibited by Chase McAllister of Bethel, Ohio. And sixth place goes entry number 89, exhibited by Tyler Enlow of Laredo, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 24 MaineTainer Heifer Calves.
Well, a nice class and a challenging top pair here in a couple regards, but the one that I'm going to go ahead and lead off with, when we stand her still, I think she's the best one in terms of her look and her proportions. She's a heifer that's really neat in the way she ties her neck into her shoulder, and she's so bold in her body shape. I like how she blends out of the back of her blade into the center part of her spine and then back into her tail or into her pin setting just a little better than the heifer comes in second. I think she's deeper in her heart and has a little more shape to her forerib than the heifer that comes in second. And I like those things about her. When we get her on the move, I'd like to make her just a little bit looser in terms of her spine, as she wants to get kind of upright in the center, just ever so slightly. Maybe just make her a little more flexible and athletic as she goes. And that's where the heifer in second probably is a little better. And from that regard, it makes it close in my mind. The way this one is so loose in terms of her spine, the way she uses her hind leg, and the way she can just go and have that little extra gear in terms of athleticism, I really like all those things about her. With that comes a little bit more looser build in terms of her skeleton, and so you have to take some of that little extra deviation behind her spine. She's a heifer that gets a little bit tighter right in her forerib and maybe isn't quite as expansive in terms of her overall body. But man, that one's got a lot of neat pieces. I love her running gear. I love her when she gets on the move. The heifer that comes in third is one that standing here is a little bolder in terms of her forerib shape. She's a little better in her progression back to her flank. She's a heifer that's really good in terms of her spine and just how she collects it. We get her out here, she ties a little lower in her neck. She's a little deeper in through her chest. And she's a heifer of the top trio that I think is maybe the tightest in terms of how she moves when she gets out and goes. But man, a really nice heifer as well. Young lady does an incredible job of getting her shown. The heifer that comes next is one from her shoulder back that I really like in terms of her body shape, her length of hip, the way she uses her hind leg. When we study her from her blade forward, she wants to get a little plainer in the way she ties her neck in. She gets a little more little deeper in her chest. But the thing that I have the most issue with is when we ask her to get on the lead, I think she gets a little too straight in her blade and down into her knee, wants to paddle out of her front end a little bit. I'd like to change that about her. The baldy heifer that comes next is striking in terms of her look from the side and her head color and the way that she kind of holds her ear set in her head. She's a heifer that's high tying. I just like to make her a little looser in terms of the way she sets down on all ends of her skeleton, particularly her hind leg and down into her ankle, but a nice heifer that brings some good to the table. Young man really shows this heifer nice that comes next, and she's one that you like a lot of things about. She's really good in terms of her top line and out to her hip and her hind leg. She just gets a little bit shallower in terms of her body depth. She gets a little plainer in the way her neck ties into her shoulder, and we'd like to change those things about her. The heifer that comes next is really high tying and got a really elite look up front and probably has that advantage over the heifer right in front of her. She's expansive in terms of her body shape and her progression from her chest to her flank. She gets a little tighter in terms of her spine. She's a little shorter in terms of her hip, and as a result, she doesn't handle her hind leg quite as nice as I'd like to see. The young man does a great job getting her presented. The heifer that comes next is one that's really long-necked, long-bodied, and stout in terms of her bone work. Just needs to be a little bit more flexible in terms of her structure off both ends of her skeleton, relax her in her spine. We have a moderate framed, really dimensional kind of a heifer. Just gets a little bit quick in terms of her pattern, a little shorter in terms of her hip length. I'd like to change her and her structure as well. Really good class, great group of young people. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
And over in your key composite female show, placings in Class 30 are as followed. First place in Class 40 and your champion early junior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 40, Poke RJ Lizzo, exhibited by Oakland Plamp of Mitchell, South Dakota. And second place in that class of 30 goes to entry number 191, Campbell Go Annie, exhibited by Whitney Emmering of South Vienna, Ohio. And third place goes to entry number 189, exhibited by Kennedy Hamilton of Hillsboro, Ohio. And fourth place goes to entry number 177, Betty, exhibited by Dale Febley of Ann Brista, Michigan. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And your reserve early junior heifer calf champion will go to entry number 184, NSSC Miley 76N, exhibited by McCoy Kingman of Lima, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 31 over in your key composite female show. And in Class 24 MaineTainer females, placings are as followed. First place goes to entry number 99, Steck Lucy, exhibited by Maggie Johnston of McConnellsboro, Pennsylvania. Second place goes to entry number 109, CDR Lacey May, exhibited by Lindsay Beckham of Belmont, Michigan. Third place goes entry number 133, Tank Miss Bonnie, exhibited by Tanner Krosky of Wattsburg, Pennsylvania. Fourth place goes entry number 111, EIC Nora, exhibited by Natalie Elkhorn of Mansfield, Ohio. Fifth place goes entry number 110, exhibited by Pate Parson of Leavenworth, Kansas. And sixth place in that class goes entry number 104, exhibited by Dwight Hamilton of Hillsboro, Ohio. And second place in that class goes entry number 106, exhibited by Brody Cobble of Burnsville, Indiana. Eighth place goes to entry number 102, exhibited by Molly Shelton of Lynchburg, Ohio. Ninth place goes entry number 98, exhibited by Paisley Rice of Camden, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 25 MaineTainer heifers. And first place in Class 31 over in your key composite female show goes into number 193, PCC Dat Style, 137M, exhibited by Kinsley Pike of Fairview, Oklahoma. Second place goes into number 46, T-Dog Stella, exhibited by Emily Cox of Dawsonville, Georgia. Please note, entry number 194 was a scratch.
Well, a really nice place to start here in this class with the young ladies heifer to lead off. One that just kind of puts everything together here within this class and is fairly logical to me. When she stops, she gives you such a good look in terms of her balance and her totals there from the side. A high tying heifer that's so bold in terms of her body shape and long in terms of her hip. Really sets down into attractive hind leg. I love the silhouette she gives you. And then you get in behind her, and she's also the most dimensional when you study her in terms of her rib shape, her pin width, and how she goes to the ground. I think just a really nice place to start. The heifer that comes second is one that I think is really good in terms of her movement and her skeleton in relation to the rest of the class. When we get them back out here, she's a little longer hip than the heifer that comes next. I like how she handles her top line a little better. As we study her, she's not as genuine, obviously, in terms of her body shape, her forerib, her flank, as the heifer that comes right before. I don't think she's quite as stout at the surface in terms of her bone work, but a really high quality heifer. Young lady does a great job in getting shown. The heifer that comes third is one that is very similar, and I think that pairs close just from the standpoint. Another long-fronted, good spine kind of a heifer that's good in terms of her hip. I think maybe as we get her out here, she's just not as loose in her construction as the heifer that came right in front of her. And when we ask her to go, I'd like to change her just a little bit in that regard. But a really high-quality heifer that also fits right in there in a close middle top pair in those two ahead of her. The heifer that comes next is one that's really flexible. I love her foot size and her bone work and the way she gets out and goes. A really long-fronted heifer that can throw her head up there, and her spine's good. As we get her out here, I think she gets a little bit tighter in terms of her forerib, a longer-bodied heifer that's not as progressive in terms of her body depth, and maybe just is just a little bit harder looking out here in relation to those cattle right ahead of her, but one that offers a lot of good in terms of her structure and her function. The heifer that comes next as we stand her here is really good in terms of her center body. She's a heifer that you like in terms of her silhouette. As we get her on the move and you study her from behind, I don't think she's as wide in terms of her pin setting or her undercarriage, maybe not quite as athletic in her movement as the heifer that was right in front of her. I'd like to change that about her as she gets out of her front end. The heifer that comes next is one that is another big-bodied, kind of productive heifer. I just like to change her in her skeleton, or in her structure off both ends of her skeleton. She gets a little more upright in her shoulder. She's a little more awkward in the way she uses her hock and pastern, but a really bold-bodied kind of a female. The heifer that comes next is one that is really good in terms of her top line and her spine. She's a heifer that's good in terms of her body shape. Likewise, as we study her from her hock to the ground, we need to change the way that she uses that, change the angle to her shoulder a little up front. The moderate frame baldy heifer is one that you like some things about in terms of her depth and her body shape. Just gets a little bit more terminal in terms of her muscle. You get in behind her, I'd like to square her up in the way that she goes just a little and just loosen her off both ends of her skeleton. Likewise with the two heifers that come next. Both projects, these guys are doing a great job in terms of getting shown. I think we just need to change them from a structural standpoint to move them up, but they've got a good look to them from the side. Just need to be a little softer in their body and change their structure. Really nice class. My compliments to all the exhibitors.
And placings in class number 32 over in your key composite female show. First place goes entry number 197, MKR Miss Dakota Blue, exhibited by Henry Michael of Fort Branch, Indiana. And second place in that class goes entry number 196, Wit EK, exhibited by Ella Strickland of Colbert, Georgia. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And now entering the ring is class 33 over in your key composite female show. And placings in class 25 over in your MaineTainer female show are as followed. First place goes entry number 120, JNOF Miss Mafia Ties, exhibited by Riley Moon of Comer, Georgia. And second place in that class goes entry number 118, CFCCGG, exhibited by Emma Wagler of Morgantown, Indiana. Third place goes entry number 121, FEN Pearl, exhibited by Nomi Finning of Coldwater, Ohio. Fourth place goes entry number 116, KNEP Chesley M, exhibited by Chase Nip of Plymouth, Indiana. Fifth place in that class goes entry number 260, exhibited by Adrian Omeritz of Gibbon Glade, Pennsylvania. Sixth place goes entry number 119, exhibited by Jackson Kidd of Sandy Hook, Kentucky. Seventh place goes entry number 115, exhibited by Grace Fletcher of McAlpin, Florida. Eighth place in that class goes entry number 114, exhibited by Stella Bonham of Hamilton, Ohio. Ninth place goes entry number 123, exhibited by Lena Zermery of Fayetteville, Ohio. 10th place goes entry number 122, exhibited by Noah Brosman of Bethel, Ohio. Now in the ring is class 26 MaineTainer heifers.
Well, another nice class, and I think this one kind of falls into place just a little easier than the last couple that we've had. And our class winner to me is one that just does so from a skeletal quality standpoint. When we study her from the side, she's the heifer that's the best when we start at the ground in terms of her foot size, the angle to both of her structure on both ends of her skeleton. She's a heifer that's really good in terms of her front end, good in her spine and good in her underline. Just gives you a great look of balance, and then you get her on the move and it all kind of collects together. If I'm going to get hard on this one, you get right in front of her and study her in terms of her width of chest and the way that she opens up into her forerib right in there. Even though she's so deep in terms of her body, I'd like to just open the center body of her up all the way through and just give her a little more dimension from that regard. But man, here's one that's really nice in terms of her silhouette and her structure, and I think pretty logical to find this spot to start the class. The heifer that comes in this class is one that still is really good in terms of her body shape. She's good in terms of her spine and the way she carries back to her pin setting. As we study her, though, I just think she gives up a little bit in terms of quality as you look at her from her skull into her neck and down into her chest. She's a heifer that maybe just doesn't have as unique look from the side in terms of balance, but a heifer that you like a lot of things about. And when she gets on the move, she certainly is good in terms of her structure as well. The heifer that comes third is one that's really loose in terms of her construction, her hind leg, and the way she goes off out of her front end. With that, she gets a little bit easier in terms of her spine. She's a heifer that wants to drop her pins and maybe isn't as ideal in terms of her length of hip. A heifer that maybe just doesn't gather herself in terms of her balance quite like the cattle in front of her. But man, she's loose in terms of her design and structure, and you like those things about her. That's a definite advantage as she works down ahead of these other cattle within this class. And obviously a heifer here that's really good in terms of her depth of body and really wide in terms of her dimension and muscle. We just need to change her from a skeletal standpoint. She gets a little more upright in her shoulder, a little shorter in her hip, and as a result doesn't handle her hock and pastern quite as nice as the cattle ahead of her. The Baldy heifer is practical in her moderation of frame and her body shape, one that's probably a little longer hip than the heifer that precedes her. We just need to make her a little better in her structure off both ends of her skeleton as well, change the way she sets her hock down into her pastern. When she gets on the move, she kind of wants to get up in the center of her spine. Young man's heifer that comes next is big boned and footed, really powerful in terms of her muscle. We just need to put that all together in a little more correct skeletal makeup, but a really nice job in terms of getting her shown. Well, as we start off with our first division here and get them back out here, I think it's a really good lineup once again with a lot of quality and a lot of really good showmen out here that have got these cattle presented extremely well for us today. And certainly as we get out here, there's a lot of differences in kind. For me, there's one heifer that kind of surfaces here within this division, and then after that, I think it becomes a little closer. I might have to study just a little closer in terms of what I want to do, but there's a heifer out here that I think, and just in terms of her performance, her look, and her balance from the side, and still combining that with a lot of skeletal quality, then you get into her, and she's probably one of the most dimensional also in terms of her body shape, her pin setting, her overall dimension all the way through. A heifer that really just kind of falls herself into the one to use within this division. For me, that's a young lady's heifer right in front of me here. She'll be your division champion. Like I alluded, as we bring our second in that class back out here in the lineup, I think it gets a little closer, and there's some give and take as we study them and get back out here in terms of some balance and some different structural issues, and I think it gets a little closer. I'm going to go ahead and walk them one more time, and then I'll get you a reserve. Let's go ahead and give them all a nice round of applause.
And your champion senior heifer calf over in your key composite female show goes to entry number 197, MKR Miss Dakota Blue, exhibited by Henry Michael of Fort Branch, Indiana. Congratulations. And your reserve senior heifer calf champion will go to entry number 193, PCC Dat Style, exhibited by Kinsley Pike of Fairview, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is class 34 over in your key composite female show. And over in your MaineTainer female show, your Division I champion junior heifer goes to entry number 120, JNOF Miss Mafia Ties, exhibited by Riley Moon of Comer, Georgia. Congratulations. And your Division I reserve champion goes to entry number 118, CFCC Gigi, exhibited by Emma Wagner of Morgantown, Indiana. Congratulations. And your Division I Bred-and-owned champion goes to entry number 126, exhibited by Megan Mullet of Mulberry Grove, Illinois. Congratulations to those MaineTainer exhibitors. Now in the ring is class 27 over in your MaineTainer female show.
A nice pair of heifers. Our class winner is going to have the advantage just as we study her from the ground up. She's a bigger footed, sounder structured kind of a heifer that I like in the way that she gets out and goes. She's one that's really neat up through her front end, so bold and expansive in her forerib, really good in her center body. Certainly like to change her just a little bit in the way she hooks up from her hooks to pins and maybe keep her a little bit square there as she gets on the move, but a nice heifer that brings a lot of quality to the table. The Baldy heifer, certainly a big-bodied, productive kind of a female from that standpoint, one that's really high tying in her front end. I just like to make her a little bit bigger in terms of her foot size, a little sounder in terms of her structure off both ends of her skeleton, and we could work her up. But a nice heifer that she's done a nice job in getting presented.
And first place in class 27 over in your MaineTainer female show goes to entry number 133, PCC DKBF Dat Style, exhibited by Kinsley Pike of Fairview, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry number 134, Three Aces Shadow, exhibited by Bristol Holloway of Olmsted, Kentucky. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And first place in class 34 over in your key composite female show goes to entry number 202, JFK Blizzard, exhibited by Abby Willett of Parma, Michigan. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is class 35 over in your key composite female show. And entering the ring in your MaineTainer female show is class 28.
a nice pair of heifers, and the roan heifer that starts, I think, does so fairly handily in my mind, just from the standpoint of her skeletal build. When you get off her from the side, a really neat built heifer in terms of how she ties her neck into her shoulder, how bold she is in terms of her forerib and her body shape, and the way that she carries her spine back into her pin setting. A heifer that uses her hind leg really nice, and when we get out here, I think just balances up the best. Certainly the heifer that comes in second is probably a little more powerful when you study her in terms of her sheer muscle, but a heifer that, as we get her on the move, wants to break a little behind her blade, get a little up in her spine, and just kind of comes apart a little bit as we get her out on the walk. Two nice heifers with a great presentation out here. My compliments to the exhibitors.
And placings in Class 28 over in your MaineTainer female show. First place goes entry number 136, S.N. Demi's Mic Drop, exhibited by Katie Lowry of Burlingame, Kansas. Second place goes entry number 9162, Three Aces RJC Heartbreaker, exhibited by Lauren Landers Franklin of Bluntsville, Alabama. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Division II Champion Fall Heifer over in your MaineTainer female show.
Nice division as we bring our falls back out here, and certainly a pair of heifers that are really good in terms of their structure out here to pick from. And within that pair, I think there's one that just maintains a little bit more strength in terms of her top line, a little better pin set. And when you get right into them and you study them through their chest and out into their forerib, I think is just a little more expansive in terms of her dimension. I think it's a pair of females that'll probably, we're going to keep together, though. Your roan will be your champion. Your heifer out of the first class will be your reserve. Congratulations. Real nice class of heifers in the trio, and the one that wins for me does so as she start at the ground just in terms of her foot size and her comfort. She's a heifer that's a little more laid back in the angle to her shoulder than the heifer that comes in second, and I love how bold and expansive she is in terms of her center body, a heifer that gives you a great look from the side. One I just really like a lot of things about. Ever so slightly at times we'd like to relax her in her spine as she gets out and goes, but I think a really nice heifer in that regard. The heifer that comes in second, just a really maternal looking female that's really good in terms of her body shape as well. A heifer that you like a lot of things about. Maybe not as comfortable as she gets out on moves and just reaches off both ends of her skeleton, but a heifer that I think is plenty sufficient in that regard. A really high quality heifer as well. The baldy heifer that comes next, one that I sound kind of redundant as we go down the line, but another one that's really good in terms of her body shape. A heifer that holds her head up high on the top of her shoulder when she gets out and goes. Just maybe doesn't move quite as good off both ends of her skeleton, a little more restricted out of her shoulder, one that doesn't quite get out and reach her hock back quite as far and push it forward when she gets going, but a really nice heifer as well. All three cattle that bring some quality. My compliments to those exhibitors.
And placings in Class 35 over in your key composite female show are as followed. First place and your champion summer yearling female goes to entry number 9, TRJC Phyllis, exhibited by Reese Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. Congratulations. And second place in Class 35 and your reserve summer yearling female goes to entry number 203, Simone, exhibited by Logan Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. And third place in that class goes to entry number 59, ARM Miss Callie, exhibited by Riggin Pruitt of Danville, Indiana. Fourth place in that class goes entry number 204, KABG Megan, exhibited by Riley Nicole Gurman of Ottawa, Iowa. Fifth place goes entry number 58, exhibited by Tolson Howard of Culver, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 36 over in your key composite female show. And catching you up over in your MaineTainer female show, your Division II champion goes to entry number 136, exhibited by Katie Lowry of Burlingame, Kansas. And your Reserve Division II goes to entry number 133, exhibited by Kinsley Pike of Fairview, Oklahoma. And first place in Class 29, MaineTainer females, goes to entry number 138, JBRE Sandy, 421M, exhibited by Macy Simpkins of Bidwell, Ohio. And second place in that class goes entry number 137, Birdie So Fly, exhibited by Jaylee Hurst of Okaloochee, Georgia. Third place in that class goes entry number 139, JBRE Sandy, exhibited by Jared Ressner of Greenmont, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 30 MaineTainer Summer Yearling Heifers.
Well, a close pair over here in this ring for me, and I think there are just some subtle differences in where one is better than the other. The other one complements the other one, so it's kind of a area where you've got to kind of make some decisions. For me, the heifer that I'm going to go ahead and start with is one that I think is just a little bit more flexible off both ends of her skeleton. I like her reach out of her front end, the way she lays back into her front knee just a little bit better, and I like when she gets out the flexibility in terms of her hock and rear pastern. Certainly a heifer that standing there gives you a really good look as well in terms of her silhouette and the way she opens up into a really big rib cage. A heifer that I just like the way that she kind of gathers herself. Certainly if we talk about them in terms of power, the heifer that comes in second's a little bit stouter at the ground in terms of her foot size and bone work. She's a heifer that's a little more dimensional when you read her right out of the backside of her shoulder and all the way to her pin placement. Certainly a heifer that's really stout in that regard. As we study her, I don't think she's quite as neat up through her neck and her jawline and down into her chest. I think she gets a little bit wider in terms of her chest floor as a result of being just a little straighter up through the angle of her shoulder and her front knee, and as she moves isn't quite as effortless off both ends of her skeleton, but a really powerful female that's got a lot of good when you study her from that regard. The next pair also becomes close to me, and you kind of got to pick your poison. This heifer for me is a really powerful kind of a female. She still moves extremely good in terms of her structure. One that for me I just like to lean up in terms of her condition, and I think it would help her a lot. She's a little bit fatter up through her neck and her shoulder and down into her chest. A heifer that looks just a little bit rounder in terms of her muscle design from that regard, but still one that's bold in terms of her body and power and still gets around the ring pretty good. The heifer that comes next is one that is a little bit neater up through her neck and her chest. She's a heifer that's really good in terms of her top line. For me, she just gets a little bit flatter when you read her out through her pins and down in through her quarter. She's a heifer that closes up in her front end as you study her in through her chest. I just don't see as much true dimension as we study her as the heifer ahead of her. And then we follow with one that's probably the most ideal in terms of her composition and freshness up through her front end of that pair. Just maybe needs to have a little bit more body. A heifer that doesn't look as good in terms of her build from the side when she gets out on the move, kind of ones that come apart, but a really nice heifer as well. Over here in our division drive, I think we got a lot of really high quality cattle once again, and within the drive there's one that probably just suits me a little better as we start to study them in terms of their skull, the way they hit the surface in terms of their foot size and bone work, and then one that's so comfortable in terms of their structure, really bold bodied, a heifer that just has a tremendous amount of power and dimension, yet still gives you a really good look. Young lady's heifer right in front of me, but will be your division champion. Congratulations. I think it gets a little closer as we come out here for our reserve, and they're both these cattle are really good in their own right. I think as we get into them, the heifer that it was second to our champion is one that's probably just a little bit stouter in her feature as we study her down at the ground in terms of her bone work. One that's really good in terms of her body shape as well, and good in terms of her top line. A heifer that maybe gets just a little bit more labored in terms of her structure as she gets out and goes, maybe isn't quite as neat down into her chest, but a really high quality female as well. The heifer that won the next class, really eloquent up through her front end, a heifer that's incredible in terms of her structure when you get her out and go, a heifer that really is good in terms of her body shape. I talked about her, and I guess the question for me is if she's stout enough. When you read right into her, she's a little bit flatter into it. In her rib shape, she's a little narrower coming out of her chest floor. Her pin width isn't quite as wide as some of them, but man, you get off the side of this one, and she's so high tying. She's so good in her spine and her flexibility off both ends of her skeleton, and so good in her body shape. It really comes down to a personal preference there in terms of what you want to do. For me, I think as we get back out here and we study them, there's one that maybe just has a little bit more feature, is just a little stouter at the ground. Young lady's heifer out that was second to our champion will be reserved. Congratulations.
And over in your key composite female show, placings in Class 36 are as followed. First place in Class 36 and your automatic champion late spring yearling female goes to entry number 208, BBR Majestic, exhibited by Hadley Dunkow of Wayne, Nebraska. Second place and automatic reserve division champion goes to entry number 209, ODW Fergie, exhibited by Robert Rogers of Kendallville, Indiana. Third place in that class goes to entry number 206, Campbell Go Queen 240-01, exhibited by Whitley Emmering of South Savannah, Ohio. Fourth place in that class goes to entry number 77, El Man Tammy, exhibited by Harrison Stuffin of New Concord, Ohio. Fifth place goes to entry number 72, exhibited by Mason Slatcher of Port Charlotte, Florida. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 37 in your key composite female show. And over in your MaineTainer female show, placings in Class 30 are as followed. First place goes entry number 144, Divine Miss Me, exhibited by Zoe Cottrell of Lawton, Oklahoma. Second place in Class 30 goes entry number 141, LRCC Saw Swing, exhibited by Clay Miller of Forest, Illinois. Third place goes entry number 143, Simone, exhibited by Logan Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. Fourth place in that class goes to entry number 145, KABG Megan, exhibited by Riley Gurman of Ottawa, Iowa. Fifth place goes to entry number 143, JFW Phoebe, exhibited by Emma Hummer of Johnsboro, Tennessee. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And over in Division 3 of your MaineTainer female show, your division champion will go to entry number 38. JBRE Sandy, exhibited by Macy Simpkins of Bidwell, Ohio. And your reserve division champion heifer goes to entry number 137, Birdie So Fly, exhibited by Jaylee Hurst of Oconee, Georgia. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 31 over in your MaineTainer female show.
really fun class to sort through here over on this side, and certainly we've got all kinds of within this class in terms of shapes and sizes and kinds, and so there's certainly some things that we can discuss as we go through it. The one area that I don't think is debatable in my mind is the heifer that goes ahead and wins this class. As you start at the ground in terms of her foot size and her structure, a heifer that I really like in that regard, and then you go up and study how dimensional this heifer is and how just truly how much cow there is to this one when you study her in terms of how she opens up in terms of her rib cage, how bold she is in terms of her pin setting, the muscle shape that she has, yet still handles it extremely well. That's just a really powerful kind of a female. Certainly we could talk about her front end and say that maybe she's not as eloquent as some, maybe has a little more chest, but man, it's hard to make one that's that expansive in terms of her rib cage and power and still gets around the ring as good as she does. The heifer that comes in second, and I think as we get into this next pair of them, they're kind of similar in some regards. A moderate-sized heifer that's really bold in terms of her body, another one that's big in terms of her foot size and her bone work, a heifer that's really dimensional in terms of her power. She too could be a little bit neater through her chest. As we get her out here and ask her to go, I think she could be just a little more effortless in the way that she goes around the ring, but a really high-quality female that's presented extremely well as we get her out here. The red heifer that comes next, one that just really looks like she's got some potential to generate down the road as a cow. I love her in terms of her flexibility and the way that she can use her feet and legs for how stout and robust she is. You start at her head, and her skull is so stout in terms of the way she reads there, so bold and robust in her body carriage. You get behind her, and she's wide and dimensional in her pins, a little more moderate in terms of her size, a heifer that's got a little chest, maybe gets a little easy in terms of her top line or her loin as she gets out and goes, but man, that one likes to go, really athletic and really powerful, one that has a lot of good to her. The heifer that comes next is probably on the other end of the spectrum of the two that we just discussed. A little bigger frame kind of a female, one that really is sharp up through her front end and ties high, really bold in terms of her body shape. I think as we get this one in motion, I'd like to make her just a little looser out of both ends of her skeleton. I'd change her in her pin setting a little bit. I'd allow her to move a little bit. When you get right in behind her, she wants to get outside of herself just a little bit in the way that she goes from behind, and I'd change her in that area. But a nice female, excellently presented, really well shown, and brings a lot of neat things to the table. Another big-bodied kind of a heifer that's really robust in her makeup. Another one we'd like to change just a little bit in how she goes. I'd like to trim her up in terms of her condition just a little, make her a little fresher in that regard. Another really high quality female, though, that brings a lot of good to the table. And then we round up with a heifer that maybe just needs to be changed a little bit from a structural standpoint, but a really dimensional, powerful kind of a female. Young lady's done a nice job showing her as well.
And placings in Class 37 over in your key composite female show are as followed. First place and automatic division champion goes to entry number 9163, Steck Cabo AM, exhibited by Aubrey Bletcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. Second place in that class and automatic reserve division goes to entry number 217, WFSC DCC Who's Glowing, exhibited by Macy Runkle of Urbana, Ohio. Third place in Class 37 goes to entry number 219, J-Boy Tammy, exhibited by Kaylee Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Fourth place goes entry number 211, JFK Trips Rosie, exhibited by David Prephilip of Ann Arbor, Michigan. Please note entry number 212 and 215 were scratches. And placings in class number 38 over in your key composite female show are as followed. First place and automatic champion junior yearling female goes to entry number 222, JSUL Who Dat, exhibited by Brecklin Bloomberg of Sonora, Illinois. Second place and automatic reserve division champion goes to entry number 221, WFSC DCC Talk to Me, exhibited by Emma Cole of West Liberty, Ohio. Third place in that class goes to entry number 224, Desire, exhibited by Natalie Yates of Darren, Wisconsin. Fourth place goes to entry number 220, JSUL Who Dat, Force 567, exhibited by Maddox Dylan Robb of Kinmundy, Illinois. Fifth place goes entry number 223, exhibited by Brian Nitzel of Epworth, Iowa. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now be ready to select your grand champion key composite female here at the North American. And please note, class number 39 over in your key composite female show is a scratch. And catching you up over in your MaineTainer female show, placings in class 31 are as followed. First place goes entry number 146, TSSC BTOM Mika Kunas, exhibited by Hogan Henderson of Farmland, Indiana. Second place goes entry number 151, MFS PRES Angel Games, exhibited by Gabrielle Thibault of Idleville, Indiana. Third place goes entry number 152, J-Boy RCC Bingo, exhibited by Sloan Boyert of Pleasantville, Iowa. Fourth place goes entry number 149, CURC All Dreams, exhibited by Keelan Calhoun of Cairo, Montana. Fifth place in that class goes entry number 153, exhibited by Harrison Stuffin of New Concord, Ohio. Sixth place goes entry number 150, exhibited by Jaylee Kelso of Quentin, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is class 32 over in your MaineTainer female show. I would like to take this time to reintroduce our judge that's been with us all day here on your Key Composite, Key Angus, and Kenya female shows here in Broadbent, Mr. Brent Murphy. Mr. Murphy resides in Houstoniana, Missouri, where he owns and manages Murphy Cattle Company alongside with his wife, Dieta, and two sons, Cole and Ty. Their operation has always consisted of registered Angus and semi-Angus cows with a C-stock focus, but recently they have been committed to growing their club calf program. Although Brett was not raised in the agricultural industry, he joined 4-H and grew a love for beef cattle. He has now had the privilege to judge cattle shows across the nation, including the inaugural Show Steer Junior National, National Western Stock Show, Arizona National, Keystone International, American Royal, and several national junior breed shows. He strives to make it a positive experience for every single exhibitor. Brett enjoys attending cattle, goat, and swine shows across the Midwest throughout the year with his family. If you could join me in giving Mr. Brent Murphy one more big round of applause for being out here with us on the Green Shavings. If you also could join me in giving our American Junior Kenya Association Board of Directors, as well as the American Kenya Association Royalty Queen and Princess, for all they have done here with us in the Green Shaving as well. If you could join me in giving those folks a big round of applause. Again, we are ready to select your grand champion key composite female here in Broadbent Arena. Again, making her way in the ring now is the selection of your grand champion key composite female.
Well, an incredible class over here on the MaineTainer side, and you start from the top and work your way all the way down towards the bottom of this class, and there's just one good quality, high quality female after another. And I certainly will tell you that if you wanted to come out here and sort some of these things differently, and I'm sure everybody ringside has some favorites out here, I can certainly understand why, because there's a lot of differences within these cattle and a lot of things they represent in different areas, and you've kind of got to just pick and choose as you go through it. For me, the one that was the easiest to land on, though, for all the different combining all the different areas, is the young man's heifer here that starts the class. And she's one that to me is one of the most effortless in terms of her movement. When we get her back out here, she's really good in terms of the way she reaches and goes. She's a heifer that's so neat and fresh up through her front end, really good in her body, really good in her top line and her hip design. I like all that about her. I'd maybe change her just a little bit in her head design and stouten her up in her jawline just a little bit, but a heifer that just brings a lot of good to the table and kind of fits right in the middle for me in terms of a show heifer, and one that still has enough dimension and power as well. The heifer that comes in second, certainly one of the more moderate frame cattle within this drive, but certainly a heifer that brings so many fundamentals to the table. I just love how fresh she's presented. I love her in terms of her body shape and her structure. She's a heifer that the more you study her, the more she just kind of keeps following or coming up in the class because there's just so much good about her. Certainly not the most out there in terms of her extras, and there's some within this class that maybe are more out there in areas, but one that just the more you start to try to pick a hole in, there's just fewer and fewer areas you can pick on her. The heifer that comes in third is probably the most robust in here, just in terms of her sheer body mass, dimension, and power. A heifer that gives you a really good look as she stands here in terms of her proportions, really high tie-in, really bold-bodied, really powerful in terms of her pin set and the way when you get in behind her in terms of just her overall dimension. We get her out here and she just gets a little bit more labored in terms of her movement. I wish she could grab another gear and go in that regard. We change her in that area, and man, she's got a lot of unique pieces I love about her. One that looks like she can really go out and be a generator down the road. The heifer that comes next slowly kind of progressed her way up just as she kind of, as you study her, because there's not a lot wrong with her either. Maybe not the most extreme in any one area, but a big-bodied, level-hipped kind of a heifer that gets out and goes good, one that really doesn't have any major holes. I'd like to maybe just give her a little more of an elite look up through her head and her neck and down into her chest, but a heifer that brings a lot of good as well. The red heifer that comes next, I love in terms of her, when you get her stopped here and just get off from the side. She's a heifer that's so neat up through her front end, so good in her spine, so good in her rib shape. When she gets out here, I just question how she gets out and goes out of her hock just a little bit. I'd like to change her in that area, but one that really has a lot of good as well, if you can just manipulate just a little bit in how she moves off her hind leg. The heifer that comes next is maybe not quite as big in terms of her foot size and bone work, but a really robust bodied kind of a heifer that you like a lot of things about. I'd like to lengthen her out in terms of her hip design, allow her to go a little looser off both ends of her skeleton. The heifer that comes next, a moderate frame, big-bodied, practical kind of a heifer. One, again, that you get in behind her and maybe doesn't read with as much dimension as some of the cattle ahead of her, but a heifer that's just really fault-free and brings a lot of good to the table as well. The heifer that comes next, when she stands there, you gravitate towards her from the profile. She's an up-fronted, big-bodied kind of a heifer that's long in terms of her hip design. When I read this one on a three-quarter view, she wants to close too much underneath. She gets a little awkward in the way she uses her hock and her hip and hind leg. I'd just like to change her in that regard. The heifer that comes next is one that's really sound in terms of her structure, really big-footed. A heifer that's just a little bigger in terms of her kind than maybe what I might find ideal for me. A heifer that gets a little bit harder in terms of her forerib, but man, you get off the side and she's a big-bodied heifer in terms of her depth. Just like to loosen her up as she goes off both ends, but she has a lot of flexibility to the angles of her joints, and when she stands there, you read her as one that is really big-footed. The heifer that's next in line is really an up-fronted, long-bodied kind of a heifer, just more refined here within this drive in terms of her bone work and her foot size. I'd like to loosen her up in her structure, and likewise with the two cattle that we come next in lineup, cattle that just need to be changed from a structural standpoint, but really a really good job in terms of getting those presented. Once again, really high quality class all the way through with a lot of differences to try to sort through.
And placings in Class 2 over in your MaineTainer female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 154, Miss Showcase Diamond, exhibited by Landry Tibbetts of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. And second place in that class goes to entry number 166, BBR Madeline, exhibited by Turner Longair of Kellyville, Oklahoma. Third place goes to entry number 168, BFCC Faith, exhibited by Brody Bolin of Ashland, Ohio. Fourth place in that class will go to entry number 164, Kane's Pearl, exhibited by Lawson Medstons of Clovis, California. Fifth place in that class will go to entry number 160, exhibited by Riley Green of Mayville, Michigan. Sixth place in that class goes to entry number 162, exhibited by Brenna Wilkins of Bennett, Iowa. Seventh place in that class will go to entry number 165, exhibited by Macy Runkle of Urbana, Ohio. Eighth place goes to entry number 169, exhibited by Kaylee Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Ninth place goes to entry number 163, exhibited by Wyatt Brinkley of Heath, Ohio. 10th place in that class goes to entry number 155, exhibited by Kendall Linhard of Fortville, Indiana. 11th place in that class goes to entry number 157, exhibited by Emily Harwer of Big Prairie, Ohio. And 12th place in that class goes to entry number 158, exhibited by Todd Weiner Jr. of Butler, Kentucky. Now in the ring is class 33 over in your MaineTainer female show. Again, over in your Key Composite female show, we are selecting your grand champion at Key Composite female. And your grand champion key composite female here at the 2025 North American goes to entry number 222, JSUL Hudat 4117, exhibited by Brecklin Bloomberg of Sonora, Illinois. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion, a key composite female, will go to entry number 9, TRJC Phyllis 433M, exhibited by Reese Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. Congratulations to those key composite exhibitors. We will now be selecting your grand champion and reserve champion, Bred-and-owned key composite female here on the green shavings. And your grand champion, Bred-and-owned, will go to entry number 40, exhibited by Oakland Plamp of Mitchell, South Dakota. Congratulations. And correction on your key composite show, your reserve grand champion, excuse us, will go to entry number 208, exhibited by Hadley Dunklow of Wayne, Nebraska. Congratulations. And over in your MaineTainer female show, and now in the ring is Class 33, early spring yearling heifers. Again, in the ring now is Class 33 MaineTainer females.
Well, another nice class, and I think our class winner comes fairly logical to me, and just the fact that she's so high tying and bold in her body shape, and one that's really long in terms of her hip design. But you ask her to get out and go, and that's where she excels the class in terms of just her flexibility, the way that she meets the surface, in terms of her foot size and shape, and just the comfort level that she has. I'd clean her up a little bit down in through her chest floor, maybe even moderate her just ever so slightly in terms of her frame size, but a really nice female that I like a lot of things about. The more moderate framed female comes in second, and she's one that really is big-bodied and sound-structured. She gets a little easy in terms of her loin. She's a heifer that's not as opened up and dimensional in terms of her rib cage and her pin setting as the heifer right in front of her, but a really high-quality female as well. Young lady does a great job in getting her shown. The heifer that comes third is one from her shoulder back that you really like a lot of things about, really opened up in her rib cage and her forerib, and transitions back nicely down her top line into her hip and pin setting. A heifer that's nice in terms of her silhouette. You get to studying her. She ties a little lower in terms of her neck. She has a little more chest, just a little more, little plainer when you study her through the front 1/3 of her body cavity. The heifer that comes out next is one that probably is a little trimmer up through her front end than the heifer that precedes her. Just a little bit smaller in terms of her foot size and frailer in her bone work. When we ask her to get out and go, I don't think she's quite as athletic in terms of her movement. Maybe gets a little bit easy in terms of her loin, but a heifer that you like a lot of things about when she gets her stopped and she pulls her all together. A really nice bodied female. The young lady does an excellent job in getting presented. The gold heifer that comes next is really stout in terms of her overall dimension and power. You study this one out of the backside of her blade in terms of her muscle and back into her hip and quarter. She has a tremendous amount of dimension from that regard. As I look at her, I don't know that she's quite as flexible in terms of her design. She gets a little more upright in her shoulder angle. She's a heifer that doesn't use her hock quite as athletic, but man, when she stops, she gives you a really neat look, a moderate framed and powerful kind of a female. The heifer that comes next is maybe on the other end of the spectrum, really high performing, bigger framed kind of a female, one that for that size though has the extra body to go along with it. Maybe just not as neat in terms of her lines and her silhouette, just a little bigger in terms of her overall makeup. The heifer that comes next in line is one that is really long-bodied and long spine, a heifer that's got a lot of power when you get in behind her. She just kind of comes to us in pieces. She wants to get a little tighter in her forerib and right behind her shoulder blade, a heifer that doesn't use her hip and hind leg quite as ideal. And then we find a heifer that's a really long-fronted heifer that's long in her spine and long in her hip. She just is a little bit shallow in terms of her body, not as dimensional when you get in right behind her. A really good class, great group of kids. I appreciate the ability to get them shown, an outstanding group of young people. We get out in this class, an obvious winner here, and nothing to take away from the young lady's heifer in second. She just ran into one with an immense amount of quality. You get out here, and this heifer's balance and look from the side is just unmatched in terms of the way she ties together, one that's so good in terms of her body. The thing that you just got to love about this one is when she gets in motion, the cushion that she has out through her shoulder and down through her knee into her front foot, the way that she uses her hock and pastern, just exceptional in terms of her movement. There's just a really high quality heifer within this class. The heifer that comes second obviously brings some good to the table. She's a big-bodied, practical kind of a heifer from that regard. As we start to talk about her just in terms of her skeletal quality, obviously just doesn't quite match up to the heifer that's in front of her, but the young lady does a great job in presenting her a nice heifer that she's done a nice job exhibiting. Let's give them both a nice round of applause.
And catching you up over in your MaineTainer female show, placings in Class 33 are as followed. First place goes entry number 176, BMW Dolly, exhibited by Hadley Dunclow of Wayne, Nebraska. And second place in that class goes to entry number 171, WFSC DCC Talk to Me, exhibited by Emma Cole of West Liberty, Ohio. Third place in that class goes to entry number 177, Steck WSCC Lucy AM, exhibited by Taylor Foss of St. Augustine, Iowa. Fourth place goes to entry number 178, Polly G Lady Crystal, exhibited by Zoe Stagger of Dundee, Michigan. Fifth place in that class goes entry number 175, exhibited by Kayla Lippert of Sinclair, New York. Sixth place in that class goes entry number 170, exhibited by Journey Rinchley of Somerset, Ohio. Seventh place goes entry number 172, exhibited by Kelsley Sedgwick of Sheridan, Indiana. Eighth place in that class goes entry number 174, exhibited by Charlie Hardman of Baldwin, Georgia. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors in Class 33. We're now ready to select your Division 4 Champion Spring Yearling Heifer. And placings in class number 34 over your MaineTainer female show. First place goes to entry number 182, Harker's Trixie 0105, exhibited by Chase Harker of Hope, Indiana. And second place in that class goes to entry number 181, Waffles, exhibited by Myra Pitts of Lynchburg, Ohio. Again, we're now ready to select your Division 4 Champion Spring Yearling Heifer over in your MaineTainer female show. And again, we are ready to begin our limousine female show here at the North American with Class 1. We are ready to start our limousine female show. We do ask those key composite exhibitors, if you are taking pictures, to stay over here by the announcer stand as close as possible so we can go ahead and start this limousine female show. And again, ladies and gentlemen, now entering the ring is Class 1 over in your limousine female show. This heifer's date of birth is March 2nd of 2025. Again, now entering the ring is Class 1 over in your limousine female show. And first place in class number 1 goes to entry number 4, CKES Next Girl 941N, exhibited by Carly Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Congratulations. We're now ready for class number 2 over in your limousine female show. Again, ready for class number 2. This female's date of birth is February 10 of 2025.
Well, what a show and what an opportunity. I just want to thank everyone for the chance to come out here and sort through these cattle. It's kind of been a dream to get out here and get to be within the ring with this much quality throughout the day. A tremendous group of young people that we've worked through the show with, an incredible talent in terms of their showing ability, and it really makes it fun when there's a lot of good livestock to evaluate, and you've got the presentation to the level that it is, and the showmanship that it is, and all those things that we sometimes take for granted, and all that. I know the countless hours it takes to get to this point. I just wanted to start by saying that obviously we all grow up in this industry, and it presents us opportunities that sometimes we never dreamed that would be available to us. And I've had the privilege to grow up as Brent said earlier, I grew up on the West Coast, and it didn't offer a lot of the opportunities to come to these national shows, and I grew up in a family that wasn't really involved in it. My dad was in construction, and they were very busy with their company, and I kind of rode the shirt tails of other people to get to learn the business, and a lot of people that mentored me along the way. And you know, I think that's the thing that's unique about this industry and what it provides. And I think in Brent's bio it said that he didn't come from an agriculture background either. And I think there's all different ways we can get to the point where we get to do the things that we love. But the one thing about it is that you can start about anywhere and end up wherever you want to take it if you've got a little work ethic and drive. And I think this industry teaches our kids that more than anything. I've been privileged to move back here and watch my kids be involved showing across the country now in an element that maybe we couldn't have done when we lived on the West Coast. And I see some of my friends that are still back there that, you know, are trying to do the same thing with their kids. And it's just amazing when you live right back here in the heart of it all, what the opportunities that present themselves. And I don't really want to get long-winded in any of this, but I guess where I was going to go with all of it is that there's a lot of people ringside here that have done a lot for me in my life to get me to where I'm able to do some of these things, and I've learned from. There's a lot of people that I don't know as well that I have tremendous amount of respect for that are standing ringside. And one of the things that I just want to emphasize is that no matter it was in the Maines or the Maine Angus or now the MaineTainer show, there's a lot of quality livestock that walk through this barn. And sometimes I'm guilty of it as much as anybody when we have a vested interest in things to stand ringside and think that it's pretty clear cut. I'll tell you, when you get the opportunity to grab the mic and stand out here in front of all these exhibitors that you know have put a tremendous amount of time into it, and the breeders that back them and everybody that's put things into it, it's a pretty humbling experience to come out here with this kind of quality and try to decipher what you want to do, because there's a lot of different quality that comes in different shapes and sizes. I know there's a lot of females out here that'll go make an impact for programs and for these young people going forward, and maybe they aren't the ones that win the show that day, and maybe at the end of the day you don't agree with what I landed on, and that's okay, because I'll be honest with you, there's been a lot of spots throughout this show that I could have wavered in what I did as well, from the standpoint of there's differences. It's just like all of us as humans, we all have things that we need to work on, and we all have strengths, and these cattle are no different. What I will tell you is that every decision I tried to make today was one that I based upon what I'd probably want to do in our own program, or where I'd lay my emphasis that way. And then I respect every one of these young people for what they've done and the effort they've put into it, and nothing was personal out here. I wished I made the comment when we were back taking some pictures that you judge a show like this and you get to the backdrop and you see some of those division winners that you had to beat, and you're like, gosh, dang, that's a good animal that I had to beat here today. And you kind of run it back through your head. But at the end of the day, you've got to just be comfortable with what you've done. And I know that a lot of these cattle have probably been back and forth and how they've gone all year, and that's great, because that's what keeps our business running. That makes all these cattle have value. And I think that's the neat thing about this breed right now, is that there's a tremendous amount of opportunity, not only to show high quality stock within it, but to work with some of the most elite programs and people across the country, and really have something when it's all said and done, when we leave the show ring, that can go and generate and create revenue for us when it's all said and done. And so with that being said, I'm not a guy that usually likes to take a long time talking, and I know when you guys are showing and my kids are showing, the last thing you want to hear is somebody sit out there on a soapbox. I just wanted to tell you all that I think that you've got an incredible set of kids. The cattle have been incredible all day, and I really appreciate the opportunity to come out here. I'm going to tell you what I see out here real quickly as we sort through these and select our champion, because I think all of them deserve that, and there's a lot of different kinds of quality out here, like I alluded to. The heifer that wins the first class within this division, she's one that is so good in terms of how powerful she is, in terms of her center body and her power, and you look at it from that regard, and she's a heifer that is so good in terms of her structure and dimension. She's a heifer that at times maybe you'd like to make her just a little more elegant up front in terms of her neck and her chest, but man, she is so bold and dimensional and powerful. You just got to love those things about her. And then for a female that does all those things, she gets out and goes so good, and I just really appreciate that about her. The heifer that comes back in the next class here is one that is so neat up through her front end, and so bold in her body, and long in her hip, and sound in her structure. She's just a little bit, I'd like to change her just a little bit in her neck, her head, and her jaw, and make her a little stouter in that regard. When we get her out and move, maybe just ask her to use her hind leg just a little bit more in terms of her length of stride. But man, she's really good in that regard as well. The heifer that comes next, so bold in terms of her body, so long in terms of her hip and her design that way. One that's really sound in terms of her structure. When you read this one right at a front three-quarter view, I'd like to square her up in her knee just a little bit, maybe clean her up in her chest just ever so slightly, but a heifer you love in that regard as well. And then we get it back to this heifer that we just used in the last class, one that's so sound in terms of her structure and her foot size, and so neat in terms of her look from the side, so long in terms of her hip, and one that just gets out and goes. When I read her, I just question a little bit in terms of her base width. You get right in behind her in her width and her hock, and I question her right there just ever so slightly, and you just wonder how much dimension she has in her center body compared to some. But man, when you get off her from a silhouette standpoint, she's hard to make any better out here in terms of her look from the side, her length of her hip, her soundness of structure, and how she gets out and goes. I love all those things about her. As you can tell, there's a lot of cattle that were second in this in their classes here in this division that are really good as well. I probably got on a soapbox there just because I got out here, and it's pretty overwhelming in terms of the quality. And I know within this division, I mean, obviously we've got some other cattle that are going to come out here, but there's a lot of really high quality females within this division, and it's not a decision that I take lightly. I'm going to go take one more look. I'll get you a champion in reserve. Once again, let's join together and congratulate all these exhibitors.
And your Division 4 champion spring yearling heifer over in your MaineTainer show goes to entry number 146, TSSC BTOM Melka Kearns, exhibited by Hogan Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. Congratulations. And first place in Class 2 over in your limousine female show goes to entry number 7, SSUL Queen Latifah, exhibited by Samantha Van Horst of Bowling Green, Ohio. Congratulations. We're now ready to select your first division female champion. And your division champion over in your limousine female show goes to entry number 7, SSUL Queen Latifah, exhibited by Samantha Van Horst of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Or, excuse me, Bowling Green, Ohio. And your reserve division champion goes to entry number 4, CKES Next Girl, exhibited by Clara Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Now in ring is Class 3 over in your limousine female show. And your reserve division 4 champion spring yearling heifer over in your MaineTainer show goes to entry number 154, Miss Showcase Diamond, exhibited by Landry Tibbetts of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Congratulations. We're now selecting your division 4 champion Bred-and-owned spring yearling heifer. And your Bred-and-owned division champion goes to entry number 182, exhibited by Chase Harker of Hope, Indiana. Congratulations. And first place in class number 3 goes to entry number 8, SJMR Miley, exhibited by Samantha Jo Moore of Stoughton, Virginia. Congratulations. Now in the ring is class 4 over in your limousine female show. And over in your MaineTainer ring, we are ready to select your grand champion MaineTainer heifer here at the North American. Again, we're ready to select your grand champion MaineTainer female, and would like to reintroduce our judge here today over in your Maine-Anjou, Maine Angus, and MaineTainer female show, Mr. Blaine Rogers. Blaine Rogers from Savannah, Missouri, owns and operates Rogers Livestock with his wife Melissa and 2 daughters, Peyton and Reagan. Blaine grew up in California, where he attended Modesto Junior College and Cal Poly University and studied animal science while participating on the livestock judging team. Today, Rogers Livestock is a family operation focused on breeding and marketing high-quality cattle and working with families and breeders across the country. In addition to selling show cattle, Rogers Livestock also promotes and markets semen from a diversified lineup of bulls, serving all segments of the industry. Outside his role at Rogers Livestock, Blaine is a national sales manager at Rural Supplements, where they focus on providing a complete multi-species line of nutritional supplements, and the Rival Show Feeds brand to give customers across the nation. These two roles provide the opportunity to work closely with youth and breeders in the livestock industry and fulfill a lifelong passion. If you could join me in giving Mr. Blaine Rogers a big round of applause for being out here with us on the Green Shavings.
Well, as we come over here to the MaineTainer side of our division and select our champion, certainly an incredible group of heifers over here. And I'm going to pick on myself here just for a second because we got in that last division and I got out there and got caught up in studying them and thinking about how good they were and how good the show was. And I started kind of reminiscing a little bit before the champion drive. So you can all snicker a little bit if you want. And I sat there and started talking about you know, how the opportunities and what they lead you to, and I kind of was thinking about how incredible those cattle were. I guess I'll just reiterate here quickly, I spent way too much time in that division, but this industry gives us a lot of opportunities and a lot of unique cattle that we get to see as we go along, and certainly today has been a privilege, and I'll talk about all of the divisions that we've sorted through, and I alluded to it just a minute ago. I mean, it has been really fun, and throughout the day there's a lot of judgment calls that you get to make and personal preferences that maybe you don't get to ringside when you're sitting there selecting them, and we all have our own kind of favorites, and sometimes I think when we get out here there's ones that really surface and find themselves in that elite category that separate themselves, but yet then we get into these divisions and breeds where the quality and the depth is so good all the way around that sometimes they don't always just separate in terms of one that just daylights the rest of them because there are so many good cattle out here. And I think that as we all continue to perfect our trade and make them better, it keeps getting closer and closer in here, and then we can all find things that we like different. And I think as we go forward, we're going to find in this industry that being different is a good thing. Sometimes we pigeonhole ourselves in terms of genetics and opportunities to where we try to make them all the same. And I think as we get into these different breeds, it's good for us to have some diversity in terms of kinds and looks so that we can continue to make the next generation better. And so with that said, I commend each and every one of you that's been responsible for some portion of today, whether you're the breeder or the people helping manage or the kids that are showing them or the families that are putting everything they've got forward to come out here. Certainly an incredible set of cattle, an even better set of kids, and I just commend each and every one of you for that. As we get out here, I think it really comes down to there's a lot of good cattle, like I alluded to. There was a pair of them as we've gone through here that really hit me hard today in terms of cattle that still have some genuine power and look like they can go on and generate, yet still have the structure and the look and the balance that allows them to go ahead and excel here in the show ring as well. If you'll join me as we congratulate our champions, I'll go out and get select champion or reserve. Once again, if you'll give them a big round of applause and an exceptional show today.
And your grand champion MaineTainer heifer here at the 2025 North American goes to entry number 146 TSSC BTOM Mila Kunis, exhibited by Hogan Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion MaineTainer heifer will go to entry number 154, Miss Showcase Diamond, exhibited by Landry Tibbetts of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Again, congratulations to those MaineTainer exhibitors. We will now select your grand champion Bred-and-owned MaineTainer heifer. And catching you up over in your limousine show, first place in Class 4 goes to entry number 11, Legacy Molly, exhibited by Jocelyn Rufflet of Witt, Illinois. And second place in that class goes to entry number 10, LMF Miss Masterat, exhibited by Jasper Tolan of Amherst, Virginia. And first place in Class 5 goes to entry number 12, TASF CKES My Girl, exhibited by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Now in the ring is Class 6 over in your limousine female show. And your grand champion Bred-and-owned MaineTainer female will go to entry number 182, Harker's Trixie 0105, exhibited by Chase Harker of Hope, Indiana. Congratulations again to all those MaineTainer exhibitors, and we will take a few pictures and then be moving right into your Red Angus show here in Broadbent Arena. We do need those first couple of classes of Red Angus to be in the makeup ring ready to go.